Welcome out to Moon Field for the final day of the home regular season for the Lynchburg Hornets. They play host to the number 2 team in the country, Christopher Newport, as they come in red hot on a 12-game winning streak. Defending national champions did not start out the year how they wanted to, but since then now sit at a 19-3 record. They've yet to play a conference games, those coming late in the season for them. Lynchburg taking a brief break from their conference schedule to play their last 2 non-conference games of the year. We will take a chance to look through the batting order here for the captains this afternoon. Brenna Moorfield leading off, playing out in center field. Bianca Palmer-Scott, the designated player this afternoon, batting second. Meredith Brickner playing first. She'll be batting third. Brooke Griever, power at third base, batting fourth. Katie Curran out in right field, batting fifth. Kendall Bentley playing short, batting sixth. Abby Roche in left, batting seventh. Ellie Post, the catcher, and Olivia Tullis rounding out that batting order for the captains, batting in the ninth spot, playing second base. It's Emily Charlton getting the start in the circle this afternoon for the Hornets. Was a part of that win yesterday. She'll get an opening strikeout to start the game on Brenna Moorfield. Positive sign. CNU, a team who gets a lot of their runs courtesy of the long ball. A lot of those coming from that 4-hole hitter, Brooke Griever. Palmer-Scott grounds one right to Cundiff, who makes the throw over to Tully at first. Keeps her foot on the bag for the second out of the inning. Quick 2 outs here for the Hornets. It'll be Meredith Brickner stepping to the plate now with 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Charlton looking to get off to a clean start in this inning. First pitch to Brickner. Bounces it into Hudnall behind the plate. On the year, Charlton a 2.40 ERA. Has pitched 70 innings for the Hornets. Just an inning shy of the top mark on the team. That goes to Kaylee Dorsis, who's pitched 71. But Charlton was an integral part of that sweep yesterday. Pitched the full 6 innings in a game that was cut short due to a run rule. Didn't have the command she usually has, but maybe just a warm-up game for this afternoon. The 2-1 pitch bounces into Hudnall once more. Like I mentioned before, CNU comes into this game a 19-3 record. They've won 12 straight. That one catches the outside edge, runs the count full. Good pitch there from Charlton. There's not many teams hotter in the country right now than Christopher Newport. Lynchburg looking to put a halt to their run. Get 2 opportunities at the number 2 team in the country. Here's a payoff pitch from Charlton, lined over towards Powell in right field. She'll take 1 step to her left, make the catch for the 3rd out of the inning, and a 1-2-3 start to this game for Charlton. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. Lynchburg looking to get things started in the run column when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Moon Field. Addison Walters set to lead off for the Hornets in the bottom of the first. Charlton looked to have complete control of where she was placing her pitches in the top half of the inning. We will take a chance here to run through the batting order for the Hornets now. Obviously, Addison Walter playing short leading off. Carly Hudnall getting the start behind the plate. Batting second, Gracie Dooley batting from the left side. And playing left field, be batting in that third spot. Carly Cundiff playing third base, batting fourth. Tully batting fifth, playing first base once again. Sarah Watts, not at her usual second base position. We've seen her run in that designated player spot quite a bit in the second half of the year. She's going to be in that spot this afternoon. Batting sixth, Kaylee Hackett out in center. Batting seventh. And then Ruby Stewart, who got a bit of time yesterday in the doubleheader against Eastern Mennonites, batting eighth, playing second, and Lexi Powell finding her usual spot out there in right field. Batting in that ninth spot, it's Kate Alger on the mound for Christopher Newport, one of the best pitchers in the country. It'll be interesting to see how Lynchburg can navigate the star in the circle for the captains. Walter ahead 2-1. Took two opening balls to start the game. 2-1 pitch fouled back into the netting. Walter on the year, batting .275. Has started at shortstop in every single game this season. All 32 of them. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one fouled back as well. Walter doing well to stay alive. Always a good thing to have a long at-bat to start an afternoon, especially to a pitcher of this quality. CNU, not a pitching staff that's relatively deep, but their starters go a long way. Usually pitching all 7 innings. Walter takes that pitch high, runs the count full. It's 3-2. Payoff pitch from Alger. Misses low. Walter gets a leadoff walk, and the Hornets have their first base runner of the afternoon. Carly Hudnall, the batter now. Another position where the Hornets could lay down one of those sacrifice bunts, maybe sneak in an early runner in scoring position. The Hornets are quite comfortable doing that. They're 29th in the country in that statistical category. We'll see how CNU reacts. First pitch, she shows it. Gets in there for a strike. Walter recedes back to first. You have to imagine every single run this afternoon is going to be extremely important, especially if Lynchburg is going to want to find themselves close near the end of this game. Hudnall fouls the 0-1 back. Infield playing in. Griever just sneaking down that third base line. Hudnall takes a pitch up. It's a Lynchburg team that doesn't lack pace on the base paths. Don't necessarily get a lot of steals, but that's most likely because of that sacrifice bunt category. Saw Leah Caldwell, who played second yesterday, take advantage of that. It's called it. Carly Hudnall takes a pitch high again. Two-two pitch. Just misses off the outside edge. A great take there from the catcher, and runs the count full once again. On what looks like a warm day, but with the wind outside, 63 degrees. It's not exactly the most comfortable weather. Here's the payoff pitch from Alger once more. That one lined right to Griever at third. Walter was running to second. That's going to go down as the first 2 outs of the game. That ball was hit hard right towards Griever at third, and Walter, running on contact, was halfway to the second base bag before she realized, was almost all the way there before she realized that she was actually thrown out back at first base. So quickly now there's 2 outs after that leadoff base runner. Bring up Gracie Dooley. Alger taking a little bit longer. 1-0 to Dooley off the outside edge. We'll see if CNU has the ability to pitch a lot of these power hitters for the Hornets inside. A lot of these opposing pitching staffs have kind of wavered towards the outside of the plate. That one misses low and in. Brings that count to 3-0. Fouled back. It was one of those pitches just on the inside corner, right in the spot where Dooley would like it. We'll see if Alger dares to go back inside. The 3-1 pitch. Check swing. Catches the inside part of the plate. Dooley thought it was ball 4. For the 3rd straight batter. Count runs full at 3-2. CNU looking for a clean bottom half to start. That one fouled back. Good job by Dooley to stay alive. Outfield playing relatively deep. Curran out and right, nearly standing on the warning track. Here's the payoff pitch to Dooley. Hit in the air out towards left field. Ranging back is Roche. That ball is off the top of the wall. Dooley into second, standing with a 2-out double. That ball was mere inches from finding its way into the home bullpen in left field. Would have been a loud start to the game for the Hornets, but either way, a runner in scoring position and one with a lot of pace. With Carly Cundiff stepping to the plate, one of the more sure bats at the plate. It's the 2nd or 3rd time this year that we've seen Dooley hit one off that red lining at the top of the outfield fence. First one was right under that scoreboard in right center. That one there just over the head of Roche, but wasn't able to get out of the ballpark for Dooley. One 1-0 to Cundiff. Misses low and away. Cundiff on the year, the 3rd best batting average on the team. Batting .372. This being her 31st start of the season. 2-0 pitch. Popped up in the air, that one over the netting, foul. Lynchburg did celebrate their seniors yesterday. Going through a part of the order where they have the opportunity to celebrate the seniors, Dooley, Cundiff, and Tully. Interesting that Lynchburg plays their senior day the day before their home regular season ends, but that being because this game was supposed to be played on Friday. Ranger fought her way back 2-2. See if Cundiff can respond. Here's that pitch. Grounded over towards first. Brickner diving. Can Cundiff beat it out? She can. There was no one covering the bag. Tullis was a little late reacting to where that ball was hit. It'll be runners on the corners. One of those ones, if you're a Lynchburg fan, you saw that yesterday where second baseman just a little late to react to a ball that was hit relatively softly to the right center of the infield. Brickner made a great diving stop to definitely stave a run. But it's runners on the corners, and Sophie Tully at the plate with a chance to give the Hornets a positive start in the run column. This one flown out towards right center field. Moving over is Moorfield. She'll make the catch for the third out, but Lynchburg, a lot of positive signs to start the game in the bottom of the first with a couple of hits. We'll head to the top of the second. CNU looking to get things started in the hit column when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Christopher Newport had or was threatened in the bottom of the first. Hornets were unable to scratch across a run, but a positive sign for a team that doesn't do too awesome in the hit column in certain games, especially early. Lynchburg settles in quite often late in the game, but at the plate now for the captains, it's Brooke Griever. Griever in the top part of the country in a lot of statistical categories on the year. She's hit quite a few home runs. She's also leading the captains in batting average at .410. This one flown up in the air. Foul territory. That one's going to get out of play over the netting.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing.
One-two pitch from Charlton, ripped down the right field line, but Griever was early. Charlton did a great job yesterday keeping these batters off balance, mixing in the off-speed. Seems to have relatively good control of it today, but this is a Christopher Newport lineup that's potent with the bats. 1-2 pitch. Nearly catches the outside edge, but it was a good take from Griever. Two. That one lined over the head of Walter, but she'll reach up and make the catch for the first out of the top of the second inning. It's Curran stepping in now for the captains, playing out in right field this afternoon. She swings through an off-speed pitch from Charlton. Katie Curran on the year, batting .333. This is her 15th start of the season. She's behind 0-2 to Charlton. That pitch skips in there. Something we saw yesterday from Charlton as well. Getting ahead in counts, 0-2, 1-2, and then that one lined out towards left center field. It's Hackett making the catch. But we saw Charlton get ahead in a lot of counts and then struggle to find that put-away pitch. It's going to be Kendall Bentley stepping to the plate now. Had 2 home runs in Christopher Newport's doubleheader yesterday. Yesterday, when Christopher Newport found their home runs, they came in bunches. Game 1 of their doubleheader against Ferrum. Hit 3 home runs in the second inning, and then game 2, they hit two-run shots in the first inning. Lynchburg will do well to keep the home run ball out of play. That one popped up in the air over the netting and foul. It'll send our good assistant men's golf coach, Alan Smith, to go grab that foul ball. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and missed. A great off-speed pitch from Charlton off the outside edge. And that's going to be the 3rd out in the top of the 2nd inning. We'll head to the bottom half when we return on LHSN. Welcome back on LHSN. It's Sarah Watts to lead things off for the Hornets. Picked up 2 hits in the bottom of the first. Got runners on the corners with 2 outs, but were unable to capitalize on the opportunity. We'll see if the 2-time ODAC Player of the Week can get things started for the Hornets. First pitch there from Alger. Gets in there for a strike. .01 in the dirt. Watts on the year batting .324. Tied for the lead in home runs on the team. Gracie Dooley was a couple inches from taking that away from her, however, in the first inning. This one flown out towards shallow right field over the head of Tullis. She can't make the catch. And it's down for a leadoff base hit for Sarah Watts. Another positive start to an inning. That one was flown in there right in no man's land, and Curran playing deep in right field. was unable to make the catch. It would have been a tough play for any second baseman to make, especially with your outfielder playing as deep as Curran was. Hackett rips one down the left field line, but foul. Lynchburg having a relatively easy time timing up the pitches from Alger. One pitch to Hackett, popped up in the air, moving back towards the netting behind home plate, but that one bounces right in front of the mobile press box. That one just a couple feet away from maybe bouncing in the open window on the right side of the press box. It would have been the first time that has happened. We've only been hit once behind home plate in our temporary spot. 0-2 check swing from Hackett. Didn't go around. That's going to be the first ball of the at-bat. Hackett behind 1-2. Rips one down the left field line. That one gets out of play as well. Good fight by Hackett in the box. Batting .319 on the year, getting her 30th start out in center field. One-two pitch once more. That one swung on and missed from Hackett. It was a good pitch off the outside edge from Alger. That's her first strikeout of the afternoon. Lynchburg has found 3 quick hits in this game. Just one out in the bottom of the second. Watts stands on first. Ruby Stewart at the plate. She shows bunt. Couldn't lay it down. That one's going to go down as first pitch strike. Stewart on the year, batting .313. Shows bunt once again, takes high. Evens that count up at 1. One to Stewart. Watts danced off the bag at first, but will retreat back. One-two off the outside edge. Good take from Stewart, evens the count up. Two. Takes up and in. Traveling Captains fans don't agree with that call. Runs the count full. Stewart looking to pick up another base runner any way possible for the Hornets. Here's that payoff pitch. Popped up in the air, out of play, foul. Three-two once more. This one flown out towards right field. Moving back is Curran near the warning track, will make the catch. for the second out here in the bottom of the second inning. It'll bring up Lexi Powell. It was another ball that was hit well from the Hornets. With the swirling wind that is Moon Field, those plays in the outfield could become a little bit more difficult. Not blowing hard enough right now to make a difference. It is blowing in, however. Lexi Powell shows bunt. Comfortable in that position, too. Was nearly out of the batter's box by the time that pitch was called for a strike. Oh, 1 to Powell. Lays down a bunt down the first baseline. Brickner can't cover the bag. And Powell's in there safely. It was an interesting play there. Watts maybe on the move early. Tullis went over to cover the bag at second, and Brickner was left hanging over there on the right side of the infield. No one to cover that first base bag. An easy play for Powell. Maybe something the Hornets can exploit later in the game. It's Walter with an RBI opportunity, a runner in scoring position. Walter pops this one up in the infield, however. Alger coming in nearly has the ball pop out of her glove, but that's going to be the third out in the bottom of the second. So once again, the Hornets pick up 2 hits but can't draw anything from it. We'll head to the top of the third when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Abby Rochette, the batter now for the Captains, who've gotten kind of left off the hook in the bottom half of both the first and the second innings. Charlton steps back into the circle looking to have another positive top half. Settling in a little bit is that Captain's offense, however. Rochette ahead 3-1. Here's that pitch from Charlton. Catches the inside edge, a good pitch, runs the count full. That one misses low, however, from Charlton. It's a leadoff base runner. First base runner of the afternoon for the Captains. It's Ellie Post Stepping up to the plate, the catcher this afternoon for the Captains. First pitch to post, catches the outside edge. Oh, 1 lays off, just misses high. Rochette dancing off the bag at first. One pitch, swung on and missed. There was a big cut there from Post, but it gets in there for a strike. Post tied for the tallest player on the field. Christopher Newport has 6 players coming in right at 6 foot. Katie Curran out in right field, part of that group, and Isabel Hall, who's yet to make an appearance this afternoon, also 6 foot. This one popped up in the air out towards shallow field, center field. Walter, good catch. Might have got her foot stuck in between the dirt and the grass there, which hindered her from making that throw over to first base. It would have been as down as a double play. Rochette wasn't looking to retreat back to first base. The Captains, not a team who you really want to give them second opportunities. Even if you're Walter there and you make a bad throw from an odd spot, you have to imagine that would have been just a little bit better than waiting and throwing in, because Rochette would have had to return to first base regardless. Either way, it's Olivia Tullis at the plate playing second. She rips one down the left field line that gets out of play foul. Behind 0-2. Charlton looking for another clean inning. Here's the 0-2 to Tullis off the outside edge. Tullis on the year batting .261. One-two lined right past Tully into right field. That one's through for a base hit. Powell did well to get to that ball quickly. Keep Rochette from advancing to third base, but that gives the Captains their first hit of the afternoon. The one was hit hard. So you will see head coach Keith Parr having a conversation with the home plate umpire. Maybe making a change. It's going to be number 38, Mackenzie Presson.
Now pitch hitting, number 38, Mackenzie Presson.
Presson on the year, batting .278. Maybe bringing him for a little bit of hitting prowess. Head coach Keith Parr maybe just a little bit more comfortable with Presson in this position, realizing that Charlton has command of her pitches in the circle. This one flown out in foul ground. Powell moving over, can't make the catch. The entire right side, the outfield and infield for the Hornets vacated to go try and make that play. None of them able to track that one down over towards that wall. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Grounded just down that right field line. Tag's going to be applied to Presson. It's going to be the second out here in the top of the third inning. Bianca Palmer-Scott comes up as the designated player. Lefty on lefty matchup, but 2 runners in scoring position. Anything hit to the outfield might score 2. Here's the first pitch. Just misses low. That one misses up and away as well. Both captains on the base path, dancing off the bag just a little bit. Forrest Hudnall will pop up and take a look at both of them, but either way, Bianca Palmer-Scott in a good spot ahead 2-0. Takes that pitch, made Charlton throw one over the plate, and that's what she did. Brings the count to 2-1. 2-1 pitch from Charlton, fouled right back behind home plate, and Charlton just a strike away from getting out of a jam. Maybe the captain's just a pitch away from blowing this game open. Palmer-Scott only 5 RBIs on the year. Can she pick one up here? Checks her swing at an off-speed pitch that just misses high, and once again that count runs full. Seen a lot of long at-bats this afternoon on either side. Payoff pitch. Swung on, fouled back. Charlton looking for that put-away pitch. Here's the 3-2. Good take there from Palmer-Scott. Skipped in near her feet. Loads the bases with Meredith Brickner coming to the plate. But if you're Charlton, you have to imagine you can't be super uncomfortable with the fact that there's runners on every bag. Leads to that force play at every plate. Gives every infielder an opportunity to make a play for themselves. First pitch to Brickner, lined out towards right center field. That one's down for a base hit. That's going to score at least one. Rochette comes home to score. Tullis comes home to score as well. The throw there to Hudnall is applied in time to Palmer-Scott. She can't score from first base. But 2 runs come across and score in the top of the 3rd inning. Charlton looked like she was going to get out of it, but the captains respond. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd and see how Lynchburg fares when they step back up to the plate when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. The captain's plate 2 in the top of the 3rd inning to grab a 2-0 lead over the home Hornets. Carly Hudnall, the first batter here in the bottom of the 3rd. And now we're going to have a special guest joining us, Tim LaDuca.
Howdy, Andy. How are you, my man?
Has a lot of titles around the University of Lynchburg. Why don't you tell the audience a little bit about yourself, Tim?
Well, first and foremost, I'm the boss of Andrew Watson. You're one of my student workers. I'm just playing with you, Andy. You're a great worker. So we see a base hit here for Carly Hudnall.
Would not want to work for anyone else.
Well,
I'd say
thanks. The official title, Director of Digital Media, and taken over the role as the Sports Information Director as well over the last couple months. But that's okay because that is the position I began my career here at Lynchburg with. I was a graduate assistant in the Sports Information Department, and just jack of all trades now. But it allows me to do fun things like stat this softball game right now and announce it with you, Andy. So the pleasure and privilege is mine.
You definitely wear a lot of hats on this campus, especially in the athletic department. Even though you're just wearing the one Lynchburg hat this afternoon.
Yeah, just wearing a black Adidas hat today, Lynchburg logo, Hornet on it. John Waters, the AD, gave me this the other day. Very grateful for that. Sam Rice, the digital media assistant, he's wearing the same hat as me right now, too.
Yeah, I might have to become better friends with our athletic director to snag me one of those hats as well.
Well, he definitely knows who you are, Andy, you know, as you're leading the team in the men's golf team this year in scoring average, so you're on his radar.
Wear a couple hats as well. Carly Hudnall got that base hit. Third time this afternoon that the Hornets have gotten that leadoff base runner. Have yet to capitalize to this point, but Gracie Dooley has the power to get those runs back in just one swing.
Yeah, we saw that as Gracie Dooley took one off the top of the wall going the opposite way in the first inning. And it's interesting, this is one of the higher fences you'll see on a softball field. So in a lot of other places, Gracie Dooley would have been taking a jog around the bases instead of just standing up at second base of the double. But that's just how the cards fall, I guess.
Hudnall on the move. Throw from post, not in time. Hudnall into scoring position. But yeah, Dooley, who ran that count full, taking that pitch, has had quite a few opportunities this year. Won that opening ODAC Player of the Week honor. Since then has really been a sure hand for the Hornets. The best batting average at .398. Started every game in left field for Lynchburg. Leads the team in home runs. Payoff pitch fouled back. Also leads the team in doubles and hits and walks. I mean, not much she can do wrong thus far this year.
And Gracie Dooley had a great week at the plate last week. Batted over just under 500 for the week. Also drove in 7 runs. So a real successful week for Dooley at the dish.
Alger looking to get that first out. That one misses off the outside edge. Another walk there for Gracie Dooley.
And something I've been impressed with from both teams so far today is the discipline at the plate. And you may have been expecting Lynchburg to maybe be a little overzealous, expand the zone a little bit, especially after a run ruling Eastern Mennonite. You know, maybe got a lot of confidence at the dish, a lot of good hits. But they've done a really good job of, you know, being selective at the plate and making Alger work for it. She's at 54 pitches so far here, and it's only the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Yeah, that last at-bat, the 5th time that the Hornets have worked that count full this afternoon, making Alger really work for it. Someone who's been quite comfortable in the circle this year for the Captains. 33rd best ERA in the country. 18th best in the statistical category of hits per 7 innings. Lynchburg already finding 5 of those in the first 6 outs. That wind is blowing in from center field, something we've seen all year. It is a little bit cooler here than it has been the last couple of days for the Hornets, so maybe the ball not flying as far as you'd think. Something I think about quite often on the golf course, but I'm sure.
Yeah, but you don't often have a giant American flag for you to look at for the wind. You have to pick up the grass and do that, or how do you always determine the direction of the wind on the golf course?
You know, a lot of times you can look up at the clouds and see where it's going.
Okay.
Which sounds very
that sounds a little risky.
Yeah, because as we said down here earlier at Moon Field, the wind swirls.
Okay.
So right now, if you look at the clouds, they're moving right to left or kind of towards us just a little bit. The flag's doing the same, but I'm sure in a couple minutes the flag will be blowing straight down from where we sit at center plate. Or sorry, behind home plate. So definitely tough to judge, but the grass trick is always good. Cundiff takes a pitch that looked like it missed inside. It's a called strike and runs that count full for the 6th time for the Hornets this afternoon.
Home plate umpire here got a little ahead of himself. Was excited to punch Cundiff out, but count was only 3-1. Good job by Corinne Ford, who's working scoreboard, not to be fooled by the umpire there. She was confident in herself on the scoreboard. But now you see Cundiff does have to expand the zone a little bit here, and we'll see how Alger uses that to her advantage, knowing that with a full count, Cundiff's going to want to protect, but she also may want to, work that walk. So a really well-placed pitch here is going to, right on the black is going to be really good for Alger here. We'll see if Cundiff can handle it. I expect this one to be on the outside part of the plate. Cundiff is known to go the other way, though. A lot of big hits the other way, so she can really hit that pitch wherever it's put.
Runners should be in motion. Cundiff pops this one up towards Griever, who makes the catch. Bentley was also there diving, trying to make the catch, but it was ultimately Griever who made it. You have to imagine here with one out, the pace on base, Dooley standing at first, Hudnall standing at second, that they're going to be running on any sort of contact. You just have to hope that it isn't one of those ones that we saw in the first inning that's just lined right at one of the infielders. Tully's played with that left center field gap quite often in the last couple of weeks. Tries to find it there. It was a big swing and a miss. She's behind 0-1.
Good off-speed pitch there. To start, you got to be confident to throw an off-speed pitch on that 0-0 count. She put it right where she knew she had to and got Tully out in front. Once again on the slow ball.
Goes
Tully's
right back to it.
Choke up on the bat here and really zone in. Expect to see a fastball here up in the zone.
I would say you're probably right.
I'm 0 for 1 so far on my pitch calling.
Alger goes right back to what she's been throwing, gets Tully on 3 pitches. And Lynchburg goes from threatening with no outs and 2 runners on to now trying to save their opportunity, but Sarah Watts coming to the plate. That wind helping her to pull that ball down the left field line, has the power not only to erase that deficit, but give the Hornets the lead. Don't want to look too far in advance, however. Alger looking to get out of what could have been a jam.
I would say that classifies as a jam. 2 runners, no outs.
Either way, would you say that could go as a preserve? I heard you making that joke in this press box yesterday afternoon. Maybe a jelly. 1-0 catches the outside edge. Either way, Sarah Watts not worried about what type of spread we're talking about here. She's trying to get a base hit. Maybe cut into this captain lead, or at least get another base runner for the Hornets. 1-1 misses way off the outside edge.
Watts, a player who came in her first season with Lynchburg and was swinging a hop bat right off the jump. She slid down the lineup a little bit, doing a little bit more work at the plate as a designated player. You know, she can focus on her at bats, not playing second base, but she's done a good job over there at second this season. Excited for what the future holds for this Lynchburg team, who last year was really young. No graduating players this season prior, but this year you have some younger players now in the lineup as well, despite having 9 seniors yesterday on senior day.
Yeah, the Hornets lose the majority of their roster moving towards next year, 9 seniors.
Yeah, and some of those players graduating early, and that just shows the success that you can have in the classroom here at Lynchburg. Your professors, your coaches, always, in your corner helping you, whatever your academic goals may be. Like if you're Leah Caldwell and you want to take the CPA exam, you can go do that in under 4 years.
That one grounded to Tullis at second. She'll make That throw over to first in time for the third out. So once again, the Hornets threatened, but nothing comes of it. We'll head to the top of the fourth when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Brooke Griever to lead things off for the captains. Still Emily Charlton in the circle, has had relatively good command, just left a couple hanging in the last inning, gave up 2 base hits that led to 2 runs. This one hit hard out towards right center field, and that one's a no-doubter. Nearly gets out towards the throwing cages out there in right center field, and Brooke Griever picks up yet another home run on the year.
Yeah, make it 12 for her. It was the point I was just about ready to make. 11 long bombs this year for Griever. Slugging percentage over 1,000, Andy. And if you groove one in the wheelhouse of Griever, she's going to send it a long way. And, yeah, she just got that one. That was still on its way up as it went over the threshold of the home run fence.
Yeah, that one, it got a little step back from Powell in right field, but she knew immediately when it came off the bat that might have gone over the Lynchburg softball scoreboard out there in right center field. It was just left of it, so we'll never know.
I am glad it was a little bit to the left because that one would have done some damage to the softball scoreboard out there in right that's newly installed. Installed, what, middle of March?
I believe so. March 6th, maybe, is when it was installed.
Some beautiful additions here as Moonfield is getting some major renovations over the last year and the upcoming year. And it's a good segue into Give Day tomorrow, Andy. And I'll pick it up, my own segue, a little assist to myself. But Lynchburg annual Give Day tomorrow. It's a good way for, not just for athletics, but for people to make an impact on the campus here in the Hill City. Lynchburg's looking for 1,200 donors to celebrate the anniversary of Lynchburg being founded by Dr. Hopwood. And, all the athletic teams are going to be looking for donations for certain things, such as field renovations here on Moon Field. But I know other teams would like equipment, the beach volleyball court's looking for some new jerseys. And there's just so many different ways you can help make a difference, either making a direct donation to an athletic program or donating to the campus overall. Also can make academic donations as well.
And those go to a lot of great things around campus, just improving Lynchburg in general. You were talking about the academic programs earlier with some players graduating early. They definitely take advantage of those quite well. Payoff pitch from Charlton, grounded over towards Stewart, flips it over to Tully at first in time for the first out.
Yeah, Give Day. It's been 120 years since Dr. Josephus Hopwood founded the institution on his birthday. So Lynchburg looking for 1,200 donors to celebrate 120 years here at University of Lynchburg. You can donate at lynchburg.edu/giveday. You can even make a donation right now. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. You can do it on Wednesday, too.
Yeah, you can always make a donation.
Yeah. And very, grateful here for the support that we get from donors, and all of the money that is given goes to, great use here, especially with the success of the athletic programs here over the last however many years. As Gracie Dooley seems to be holding her back here, coming in after chasing down that foul ball.
It seems to be just a bit shaking up. Athletic trainers will come out and check up on her. We do hope that everything's all right. I didn't see anything odd about how she reacted to that foul ball.
Yeah, she's grabbing at that lower back. May have just pulled a muscle here. Don't want to speculate about a player's health, but yeah, without any contact and no diving play either.
Yeah, it's always a tough thing to see, but we do hope she's okay. But a positive thing for the Hornets is that they are relatively deep in the outfield. I still think they might be without Bree Hodges, however, who would play out in one of those positions. We saw Alyssa Taliumptua step into that left field spot yesterday when Gracie Dooley stepped over to right. We'll see if head coach Dawn Simmons goes to that same change, and that's exactly what she's going to do.
Yeah, they're going to bring Alyssa Taliumptua into left field to take over for Dooley, another one of those younger players for Lynchburg here in her first season.
Good thing for the Hornets here to have a relatively deep lineup, especially with a lot of young players. We talked about 9 seniors, but only 3 of those seniors got to start this afternoon. Gracie Dooley being one of them. We'll see if the Hornets can respond in a positive way. Always tough to see one of your teammates go down, especially on a non-contact injury. A lot up in the air. I'm not sure anyone on the field or in the home dugout is really aware of what's going on. This one grounded over towards Cundiff, but in foul ground.
Taliumptua, 18 at-bats this season. She's participated in 20 games. Of course, with the re-entry rule, it's a common thread across the softball landscape, but Dawn Simmons does a really good job of making sure, the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th player on the roster is getting not only at bats but meaningful at bats. We've seen Taliumptua come up to bat in some really good big moments this season.
Yeah, and a lot of them get opportunities to pinch run as well, and that just kind of goes to that pace that the Hornets have on the base path as Rochette lines that one out to center field for a 2-out base hit. It'll be the third base hit of the afternoon. Sorry, the fourth base hit of the afternoon for the Captains. And Ellie Post making a reappearance at the plate. So after 2 relatively stagnant innings on the offensive end to start the game for the Captains, they've now picked up 4 hits. This one popped up over our heads. They've also picked up 3 runs, 2 coming with 2 outs in the top of the third, and then Griever demolished that pitch from Charlton to get that 3rd run, her 12th home run on the year. You mentioned her slugging percentage. That is the 2nd best in the country. So definitely up there in a lot of statistical categories, and will sure be climbing her way up after that home run in that category.
Yeah, despite the 3 runs on the board, I think Charlton's navigated this lineup fairly well, especially with the increased amount of left-handed batters. Haven't seen too many people working out of the left-handed batter's box this season for Charlton. And then, of course, being a left-handed pitcher, she has the advantage on the right-handed hitters. But looking at her stats for the season, both lefties and righties batting .240 against her. So
this one popped right up foul territory. One, once again, just misses the mobile press box.
You call it the mobile press box quite frequently, Andy. And hasn't moved all year this year.
Well, my freshman year, it moved around quite a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's mobile. I mean, there's wheels. I'm not saying my car could pull it, but you get a nice truck, they could take this press box wherever you want to. Not saying if you're a Lynchburg fan, you should come steal our press box, but we'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Lynchburg looking to respond. They trail 3-0 when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. The Hornets trail 3-0, but Kaylee Hackett stepping up to the plate, someone who we've seen kind of taking that star role out playing defense in center field. If there was a highlight reel for Kaylee Hackett, I'm sure it would be one that would be viewed by quite a few people on YouTube, a lot of diving catches. There was a series there where she had, I believe, three or four catches in a game that were acrobatic.
That was against Randolph-Macon, I believe. I remember she really, did her best to keep Lynchburg in that game defensively, and Lynchburg had it. Playing the number 9 team in the country. Yellow Jackets are down to their final out in the top of the 7th inning, and the Yellow Jackets were just able to persevere, but not for the lack of effort and some acrobatics from Hackett in center field. She's been really fun to watch out there, playing a premier defensive position.
And I'm going to be honest with you, you mentioned that game where Randolph-Macon came back. This game feels oddly reminiscent of that. The Yellow Jackets were up 3-0, but Lynchburg was hitting quite well, just not necessarily finding the opportunities. Then in the bottom of the 5th inning, they plated 4 runs to take that 4-3 lead. Weren't able to find the victory, but if you're the Hornets, a lot of positive things to draw from in that game, maybe to bring it to this game, because it does have that same feel.
And Lynchburg out hitting CNU right now, 5 hits to 2, but it's been the big bomb that helps get CNU ahead here. And Lynchburg just needs to do a little bit better job with the runners in scoring position, being able to bring them around to score.
Be Ruby Stort stepping to the plate. I don't know if it's just me, but when it was 2 runs, it felt firmly within reach, and now 3 runs is still within reach, but that home run was just something we haven't seen on this field all year. I'm not sure we've seen a ball hit that hard.
Certainly not.
And it kind of just grabbed all the momentum out of that home dugout.
And the wind was working against it, too. Remember, we were talking about the wind blowing from right to left from our view back here.
That one flown out to center field. Moorfield coming in, makes the catch for the 2nd out. Be Lexi Powell stepping up to the plate. Laid down that, what looked like was going to be a sacrifice bunt, but.
There were 2 outs when she laid that down, though. She was gung-ho on doing a little base hit there.
A little more difficult here because Tullis and Brickner just had a little conversation about what could happen if she lays it down. She shows it there. That one misses low. She went around.
You're looking for the bunt again.
Yeah, the issue last time for the captains was that whichever runner was standing on first base was making their way to second when the bunt was laid down. Little miscommunication between Tullis and Brickner led to no one covering the bag.
And you see with the strategy from Powell here, you do have Griever who hit the long home run. She is just right up, charging. But Powell isn't looking to just lay a soft bunt down. She's looking for that push bunt, kind of give it a little bit more oomph once it comes off the barrel of the bat and tries to push it right past Griever.
0-2. That one's lined past Griever in left field. That one's going to get all the way to the wall. Powell using her pace, rounds first, has the second. Wanted to go to third, but gets the stop sign. She stops in second position. Does the sprinkler celebration with 2 outs. Addison Walter steps back up with another RBI opportunity.
Addison Walter has been a great leadoff hitter this season for the Hornets, getting on base with a 340 clip. She's walked 7 times, and then the 9 stolen bases really flexes the speed that she possesses.
Yeah, and Lynchburg, a team that is quite comfortable stealing. You just kind of lose a little bit of, lose a few numbers in that category because they lay down so many sacrifice bunts. But the pace is something that you really can't account for if you're an opposing player against the Hornets. Seems up and down the entire lineup, nearly everyone has a steal. Walter, you mentioned batting in the leadoff spot. We've also seen her batting down the order and right in the middle of it. She's pretty much made up every single position in the batting order this year. Has kind of settled into this leadoff spot the last couple of times out. You're looking to erase that run that Griever put up on the board for the Captains in the top half of the inning. That one lined the opposite way and just goes foul. Curran was shading towards right center, so if that one dropped fair, it would have been maybe enough for Walter to get around second and head to third, but that one just a couple feet right of the foul line.
Yeah, at least looking to trade places with Powell out there at second base right now.
Walter walked her first time up, popped out her second time. She's behind 0-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Good take, checks her swing on a pitch up. One-two, swung on and missed. It was a similar pitch. Walter goes down swinging. Alger picks up another strikeout, and the Captains avoid the pressure from the Hornet once more. We'll head to the top of the 5th inning when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Moon Field. New pitcher in the circle for the Hornets. It's Kaylee Dorsis stepping in relief for Emily Charlton.
Going from one lefty ace to a righty ace. We'll see if that causes any issues at the plate for this CNU team.
Merely one pop back foul. That one lands just short of where we sit.
In the mobile press box.
In the mobile press box, yes. I would say that one just barely made contact with the bottom half. Tullis pops another one back foul.
Dorsis making her 20th appearance on the season, an impressive 8-2 win-loss record and 70 innings pitched. Just about keeping pace with Charlton. Charlton now at 74 at this point after pitching 4 innings today. And she pitched well. You can check out her final line in a second. Andy's got it for me. That's why you're my favorite intern. Charlton goes 4 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs. One of them was a massive line drive home run to right center field from Griever. She walked 2, but she struck out 4.
Yeah, it was a positive outing for Charlton. Maybe only pitching those 4 innings because this is a doubleheader against the number 2 team in the country. Tullis goes down swinging. First pitch, or first batter, first strikeout for Kaylee Dorsis.
Number 42, Brenna Moorfield.
Dorsis striking just under 1 batter out per inning, 71 innings pitched. 71.1 innings pitched, 71 strikeouts. So now she's up over that strikeout per inning mark, and that's really impressive, especially here in softball. She can really spin it. But you look at, she's leading the team for the Hornets with 71 strikeouts. You compare that to Alger, who coming into the day had fanned 116. The dominance from this CNU team is just something to behold.
Yeah, we talked about Lynchburg being deep in the outfield. They also have a couple of infielders, but if you looked at Christopher Newport's roster, they're deep in every single position, especially in that pitching staff. They've only thrown 4 pitchers this year, one of them only getting 5 innings of work, but it's quality over quantity, at least in that position for him. But back to Dorsis. She has the 3rd best ERA in the ODAC. Obviously, this is not an ODAC game, but still the conference that the Hornets play in. You mentioned her strikeouts. She's 5th in the conference in strikeouts and 2nd in saves. So we've seen her in quite a few different situations on the year, whether she's getting the start or she's coming in relief. But you have to expect with Charlton only pitching those 4, we could see the junior stepping back into the circle maybe later in game 2.
Yeah, we didn't see Angela Sparandeo pitch yesterday against Eastern Mennonite. It was just the 2-headed monster of Dorsis and Charlton, both working complete games in that one.
And Sparandeo, another one of those great pitchers for the Hornets, as Dorsis faces 2 batters, gets 2 strikeouts, and Bianca Palmer-Scott's going to step up with 2 outs.
Yeah, Dorsis is doing a good job of really changing up her arsenal here. You have CNU looking like they're guessing just a little bit, kind of looking perplexed as they walk back to the dugout. Of course, you expect CNU to make some adjustments here, but anytime you get a first look at a pitcher, especially one of high caliber as the sophomore Dorsis, you're going to have to put up with some fits at the plate.
Yeah, you have to imagine Christopher Newport has the scouting report on Dorsis, who led the team in innings pitched coming into this game. But with Charlton on the mound, who has a relatively different mindset in the circle for Lynchburg than Dorsis does, I mean, it's definitely something to change to, a little bit of a learning curve for the captains. We'll see how quickly they can adjust to it. Dorsis just a strike away from striking out the side. Palmer-Scott looking to change that idea. Doing well to stay alive.
Only thing you may want to keep an eye on is Dorsis more often than not pitches to Olivia Herman behind the plate, and Carly Hudnall gets the start behind the dish today because her and Charlton have been attached at the hip this season. That battery pairing has done a really good job. They really like working together. Charlton says she likes how Hudnall is able to get really low, set up good framing, give her a good spot when she wants to hit that low part of the strike zone.
Yeah, but Hudnall, one of those players that does relatively well to adjust to a lot of things, whether it's on the defensive end or even stepping into the box. But if they're uncomfortable pitching to each other, then they haven't shown it yet.
Oh, of course not. That's just some minute details there, you know.
You're just
Trying to think of an example from, you know, Major League Baseball of pitchers who, you know, almost require a certain catcher behind the plate.
I've got one for you.
I wonder if we're thinking of the same one.
I'm thinking of my beloved New York Mets, at least last season. Max Scherzer for them. Did a lot of his pitching to Tomas Nido. Only solely to Tomas Nido. Maybe to the dismay of the bats for the Mets, but.
And I was thinking of a New York team as well. Garrett Cole requiring Kyle Higashioka behind the plate. That was more of an issue when Gary Sanchez was in pinstripes.
Not too much of a Yankees fan myself, but can agree that both teams are hoping to have a relatively good year. Here's the payoff pitch from Dorsis. Palmer Scott doing well to stay alive.
It's the 11th pitch of the at-bat here. And so maybe for Palmer Scott being able to watch a couple of pitches while on deck and in the hole, was able to get a little bit of a read, time up Dorsis a little bit, because she's been right on top of all these pitches, following 5 of them off at this point. Make it 6.
Just staying alive, making, relatively good contact, just not timing it up perfect. But it's a positive sign for the captains, especially in the dugout. We talked about how it's hard to adjust, but when you see an 11-pitch at-bat, you're pretty much going to see every pitch in the arsenal from Dorsis. We'll see if she can find that put-away pitch. 3-2, flown out into shallow left center field. That one's going to get down. Taliaonto can't make the catch. Bianca Palmer Scott, in there at first with a 2-out base hit. Meredith Brickner making her way to the plate, batting .303 on the year. Started in every single game this year for the captains.
One of 5 captains batters with multiple home runs on the season. Abby Rochette, Brickner, Ellie Post, and Kendall Bentley with 4 home runs. Post has 2. And then, of course, Griever just hit her 12th bomb of the season.
Yeah, if Brickner is going to catch Griever, she's going to have a big day at the plate. Palmer Scott dancing off the bag. That throw gets all the way through to Powell in right field, but no advance. Dorsis, who looked dominant through the first 2 batters, maybe looking a little human here. Palmer Scott on the go. That one goes foul, however. If you're Dorsis, you'd love to get this final out with that power bat of Brooke Griever looming on deck. Last thing you'd want is that bat coming to the plate with 2 runners on. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one fouled back into the netting as well. Seen quite a few foul balls the last 2 batters. It's still just 1 strike away from getting out of the top of the 5th. Brickner checks her swing on a pitch up and away, runs that count full.
That Palmer Scott 13 pitch at bat really changed the complexity of this inning. Dorsis came in and sat down the first 2 batters she faced with relative ease. But now since then, Palmer Scott 13 pitch at bat, and this is the 8th pitch coming up from Dorsis to Brickner here.
But all can be erased with just one good pitch. Be a positive sign for the Hornets just to get through an inning clean. They gave up 2 in the top of the 3rd, 1 in the top of the 4th. Looking to get out of it. That one lined right back up the middle, however. That one's going to get through for a base hit. Rounding second and heading to third is Palmer Scott. It'll be runners on the corners with 2 outs. And that power bat of Brooke Griever stepping to the plate. We'll see how Kaylee Dorsis pitches to Griever.
Now batting number 32, Brooke Griever.
So we will see a pinch runner. I believe that is going to be number 30, Jules Donnelly.
Turning number 30, Jules Donnelly.
Brooke Griever steps to the plate, 1 for 2 on the day. Lined out hard to start the top of the 2nd inning.
And 11 home runs come into the day, only 1 multi-home run game. She hit 2 against Trine on March 11th. Trine, another one of those teams that was in Salem, Virginia last season for the Division III softball championships. Of course, CNU was crowned champion of Division III last year in Virginia's championship city.
One grounded right over towards Stewart at second. She can't make the pick. The throw to first, not in time. 1 run's going to come across on what should be ruled as a base hit. Ball was hit right into the spot where Tully couldn't get to it. And even if she could, it was one of those plays we talked about earlier where you'd almost rather see the first baseman leave it. Give the second baseman a chance to maybe make a play as opposed to giving up an automatic hit.
You know, hard to take a positive away after a run comes across the board, but if Ruby Store doesn't make that stop, you got to expect Donnelly to be standing on third base, especially since Donnelly came in as a pinch runner, as we get to see another pinch runner here from CNU.
That pinch runner will be Kensley Hess.
Now turning number 1, Kensley Hess.
Hess, a senior outfielder from Loudoun County. One of the vocal leaders for this captain team. First pitch there to Katie Curran. Catches the outside edge, 0-1.
CNU faring well right now in only their 5th road game of the season.
They've been perfect to this point on the road, 4-0.
They've also played 4 neutral site games, and they're 3-1 in those contests. So while they're not home games, technically not road games, still not playing in Newport News, Virginia.
And playing a lot of ranked talent throughout the year. Bellhaven, Case Western Reserve, Milliken, Trine, Barry, Virginia Wesleyan, all ranked inside the top 10. And then Randolph-Macon was another big win for the Captains earlier in the year. They took that one 10-2.
Yeah, 5-2 overall against ranked teams for CNU. Randolph-Macon, they defeated them then, but they weren't ranked at the time.
Dorsis gets her 3rd strikeout of the afternoon, but 1 run comes across courtesy of Brooke Griever once more. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg looking to cut into this 4-run deficit when we return on LHSN. Welcome back on LHSN. Carly Hudnall to lead things off for the Hornets in the bottom half of the 5th. Has the pace to create some havoc. Shows bunt, lays it down the third baseline, but Griever picks it up in foul territory. A lot easier for Powell to maybe lay down that bunt from the right-handed batter's box, forcing Alger to come out of the circle, especially because Brickner can't play too shallow over there by the first base bag, especially with maybe just a little bit of doubt in her mind from earlier bunts. Hudnall swings through that one. She's behind 0-2. Hudnall batting .265 on the year. This is her 20th start. 0-2 pitch lined over the head of the shortstop. That one's down for a base hit. Bentley stretched her arm out but couldn't make the catch. And for the first time this afternoon, we'll see Alyssa Taliamtua. Be hard to replace Gracie Dooley in the lineup. Doubled and walked, but Taliamtua lays down a good bunt to Griever, takes a peek over to second base to Hudnall, but throws out Taliamtua, gets a runner in scoring position, and Carly Cundiff once again will have another RBI opportunity. Griever quick to react there to get down that third baseline. And now the two seniors sit in the box and on deck. We'll see if they can pick something up in what could be their final home doubleheader. First pitch to Cundiff, big swing and a miss on an off-speed pitch from Alger.
Yeah, the usual site of the ODAC Softball Championship out in Salem. Under construction right now. So the ODAC tournament, for the first time in a while, is going to be hosted at a home site. So the top seed of the tournament will be the host of the ODAC tournament. So as of right now, we don't necessarily know where we'll be heading for the postseason tournament.
Right now, Lynchburg sits 6th in the conference. Yesterday, they sat 7th, but that sweep of Eastern Mennonite allowed them to jump Randolph.
And how about Bridgewater leading the ODAC softball standings? Lynchburg's going to go ahead to Harrisonburg on Wednesday.
Bridgewater, another one of those teams that relies on the long ball quite often. They lead the conference in home runs by quite a bit.
Yeah, and just look how loaded the ODAC is. You know, Bridgewater at the top. Of course, we saw Randolph-Macon come through here a couple weeks ago. Ranked team. Roanoke has been really great this season, especially, you know, on the defensive side of things. Virginia Wesleyan, 2019 national champions. And Guilford, Lynchburg split with them as Carly Hudnall picks up third base and now is only 60 feet from home on the wild pitch. Then you got Lynchburg there. Just such a talented softball conference, and Lynchburg faring well over the last few seasons. Of course, underneath the tutelage of Don Simmons, one of the best coaches in softball history.
And Lynchburg really started off the year really hot. So home plate umpire. There was time called somewhere along the way. Might have called it for himself. Lynchburg got out to that hot start the year, and then they hit conference play and kind of hit a wall. It all started right before they met Virginia Wesleyan to start conference play. They had to play 4 out of 5 games against the #1 team in the country, so maybe that's where the momentum kind of tipped just a little bit. Cundiff strikes out. Will go down as a second out here in the bottom of the 5th. That runner standing on third base, but Sophie Tully has minds of maybe bringing in Hudnall.
In the 5th inning is when Lynchburg did their damage against Randolph-Macon at home last week. So we'll see if history will repeat itself for the Hornets here. But with the way that Alger's pitching right now, looking very hard. Lynchburg's had to labor just to get Hudnall to third base.
And if you're Lynchburg, you have to think that getting just one back in the bottom of the fifth would be a positive sign.
Yeah, opens the door a little bit and gives the rest of the lineup a little bit of confidence, and also the rest of the team in the dugout has a little bit more to cheer for. So they got their rally caps on in the dugout right now.
This one ripped down the left field line, but foul. Sophie Tully, has that power down the third base line. She's found that left center field gap quite often. But she's just been a little bit early this afternoon. Alger pitching her those off-speed pitches quite well. Let's see if she goes back to it here. Dots the outside edge for another strikeout, the third out in the bottom of the fifth inning. So the Hornets get a runner to third base but can't bring him in. It's still a 4-0 lead for the Captains. We'll head to the top of the sixth when we return on LHSN. Welcome back. Kendall Bentley to lead things off, but it's a new pitcher in the circle for the Hornets. Amela Clausen stepping in. Hasn't seen much action, especially in the circle this year, but has the experience elsewhere.
1 2/3 innings pitched. Struck out 1. She's appeared in the circle twice this season. Did allow a home run. That was against Salisbury.
It might have been.
So Amala Clausen coming in and against some big foes.
You're definitely comfortable in big situations. He's playing the #1 team in the country. It's not often you get a pitcher that's going to get to pitch against #1 and #2, but Lynchburg has an entire pitching staff that pretty much gets to say they did that this year. It's also interesting that the Coast to Coast Conference, which just consists of a few teams from around the country, has the #1 and #2 team in the NCAA. Kendall Bentley's aboard with a leadoff walk. Abby Rochette will make her way up. Walked her first time up, singled in the fourth. Hudnall's going to step out and have a conversation with Clausen.
Rochette, one of those players with 4 home runs under her belt on the season.
We'll see a pinch runner here, Sammy Drew.
Number 15, Sammy Drew.
Christopher Newport maybe trying to put up a couple more insurance runs. First pitch to Rochette. Gets it in there for a strike. Good job from Clausen to get ahead. Oh, 1. Drew on the move. The throw to Walter was in time. She applied the tag. Drew thought she got around it. It was a great throw from Carly Hudnall. And that leadoff base runner erased. Lynchburg quite confident behind the plate, making those throws to second base, and Walter made a great sliding catch and tag. Now Clausen, a little bit of pressure taken off. We'll see if she can get through this inning quickly and maybe bring the bats back up for the Hornets while they are a little bit warm.
I spent part of the NCAA tournament out in Roanoke as Rochette grounds out for the second out of the inning. Out in Salem for the NCAA tournament last season, that was probably one of the biggest difference I saw, from regular season softball to the postseason. It's the top 8 teams in the country competing against each other was the way that every team really controlled the base paths and stole just so many bases, really taking the attention away from other aspects of the game. But the way that the team stole, it was such regularity, is just shows that extra level of intensity once you get to postseason play. And hopefully, if Lynchburg can get there, the Hornets have had some experience on the base path, and it's good to see Carly Hudnall throw someone out, especially the caliber of a CNU base runner.
Yeah, once you get down to that final 8 in the World Series, every run counts. So whether you're winning games 3-2 or 1-0, there's not many blowouts when you get to that point of the season, especially, or even when you get to the ODAC tournament. There's not many opportunities where you're going to blow out a team. So everyone's senses just heightened a little bit when you make it to postseason play. That one lines softly out towards Walter at short. She'll move over, make the catch for the third out in the top of the 6th inning. So Clausen gets them to go down in order. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Lynchburg looking to cut into this 4-run deficit when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Defensive change for the captains. Brooke Childress taking over the place of Brenna Moorfield.
Now back down for the Hornets, number 7, Sarah Watts.
Sarah Watts, the leadoff batter here for the Hornets. First pitch. Misses low. Childress has appeared in now 21 games. Only 6 starts on the year. Comes in this situation quite often. That one from Watts grounded over towards Tullis at second. She'll pick it up. Throw it to Brickner in time for the first out.
the moment's kind of past at this point for me to bring up this point, but it's something I was working towards in Roanoke in Salem last season for Texas Lutheran. One of the most impressive base runners I've seen, Kelly Jordan. She stole her record 246th bag while at the NCAA championship last season. I was there to witness it. Really special. But Kelly Jordan, she stole 77 bases that season last year. Has 246 in her 5 years for Texas Lutheran.
That is quite an incredible number. One that you can't imagine would be rivaled for quite some time. So there was a pinch hitter put out there, Alex DiNardo, taking the spot of Kaylee Hackett.
And here's just another example of Dawn Simmons giving some of her younger players big time at bats. You know, you're trying to work a comeback here, and the trust to put DiNardo into the lineup really should go a long way.
Great play there from Griever at the hot corner. That was a ball hit hard. She backhanded nearly right on top of the third base bag and then regained her bounce to make that throw to first in time. So 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 6th. The Lynchburg Hornets have really held on. Only a 4-run lead against the number 2 team in the country, who at times have looked a little bit stagnant in game 1 of doubleheaders. But, I mean, you have to imagine if you're the Hornets, you're quite happy with where you sit. You kind of come into these 2 games with a sense of there's not really much to lose. No conference play to think about in these 2 games. Kind of just improve your overall record, strength of schedule. We'll see if they take that mentality here in the final 2 innings. Stewart lines that one back foul.
Interesting to think about if Dooley was able to get over the left field fence in that first inning, if this game shakes out a little differently.
I imagine it would have just a little bit, maybe taken a little bit of pressure off the pitching staff.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think you're going to get any different reaction out of CNU. You know, you expect 4 runs from them, and the good pitching and the good at bats. But I think that if Lynchburg could get that early run, you get just a little bit more confidence. You get a little bit more of a groove. You have a little more swagger at the plate, and then you don't find yourself in the bottom of the 6th really pushing and pressing for a base runner.
Yeah, Christopher Newport, a team who averages just above 6 runs a game, so you had to expect they were going to be somewhere around here. And there's nothing really to hang your head about how the Hornets have played defensively. They've been clean, and for that matter, both teams have been clean on the defensive side.
Yeah, and Lynchburg's looked really good defensively the last handful of games. They've really cleaned it up defensively. Almost a perfect day in the field yesterday in 2 games against EMU. But when you're not throwing the ball around the yard, you really always have yourself in a nice spot to pull off a win.
Stewart lines this one out towards center field. Moving back is Childress on the warning track. Will make the catch for the 3rd out. It was a hard hit ball from Stewart, but either way, Alger looks good in the circle still for the captains. We'll head to the top of the final inning here when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Captains still on top 4-0. Olivia Tullis to lead off the inning for the second straight inning for the Captains. Pops this one up. Moving over as Stewart makes that catch.
I would like to apologize for when I got my left and right confused earlier in the game. A little disappointed, not in myself, honestly, more in you. You should have just called me out for it.
I mean, it was one of those things where at the time I wasn't really. I mean, I don't want to sit here and say I wasn't necessarily listening, but I was
goodness.
looking through a couple stats I have here. But I mean, I think if you would have not apologized for it, I'm not sure anyone would have called you out on it.
I think my point still stands, though. There are a little bit extra left-handed batters in this CNU lineup.
That is very true. Childress flies this one out to shallow right field. Diving, can't make the catch, is Powell. That one was in shallow right field. It looked like it could have been Stewart's opportunity to make that catch, but Powell went for a diving play in no man's land, and that's a base hit for Brooke Childress. But back to your point, I think everybody who was listening knew exactly what you meant about, opposite hand to.
There's a lefty up right now, right?
Exactly.
Okay. I see you counting the amount of lefties in the lineup. If it's not that many, please do not just leave it.
Would say it's more than you usually see with 9. There's 9 lefties on the team.
Okay.
Now, how many of those have batted this afternoon? Rochette, Curran, Brooke Griever, Brenna Moorfield. So,
yeah.
I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
About half the lineup this afternoon has been
anytime
left-handed.
You could send a lineup out there that fluctuates right hand, left hand, it's going to really cause a lot of issues for the pitcher in the circle. Have to also expect maybe that played a little part in why Amela Clausen's out in the circle right now, the lefty.
There's also just maybe a different look for the Captains. They saw how quick Dorsis got those first 2 down. That one lined right back towards Clausen. Falls down, but still makes the play. Good play there from the pitcher in the circle. Gets 2 clean innings in the 6th and the 7th. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Lynchburg puts on their rally caps. We'll see if they can complete the comeback when we return on LHSN. Welcome back on LHSN. Lexi Powell, the 9-hole hitter, to lead off here and maybe start the comeback for the Hornets. Emily Clausen did her best in the circle, getting 6 outs in the 6th and 7th innings total. Keep the Captains off the board.
Yeah, that's a high-leverage situation to find yourself in against the number 2 team in the country. And now Lynchburg, it's all Lynchburg could have asked for, as they're 3 outs away here with a 4-run deficit. And, of course, another one queued up. 30 minutes after the end of Game 1 right here on LHSN, second half of the doubleheader.
It's something we've talked about all year, is the team that's trailing going into the 7th in Game 1. As Powell lays down a near-perfect bunt, Tullis covering the bag. Was she there in time? She didn't pick it in time. Her foot was on the bag but couldn't make the initial pick. Looked like she just kind of trapped that ball against the ground after the ball had bounced just short of her. Head coach Keith Parr out to have a conversation, but I'm not sure there's much convincing you can really do.
Well, if you recall yesterday, Andy, and I think you do, you were there. I was there too. Saw an interesting play where Sophie Tully racing down the first baseline. And looking back at the replay, I don't know if it was because the first baseman pulled her foot from the bag, but that looked like the way that they called it.
Yeah, that one, maybe just a little bit of head coach Don Simmons stepping out and having a conversation about it. That one is so Keith Parr going for the same thing.
And she just maybe asked for a different umpire's opinion, and the first base umpire did change his call on that play. But not here. Powell's going to be at first base with her second bunt single of the day.
I think that one more goes. It's a little different than what Tully went through yesterday, as Skylar Sams is going to be the pinch hitter here for the Hornets. But there, Tullis's foot was on the bag. Even from our angle live, it looked like she didn't pick it in time.
Mm-hmm.
But Sams lines that one the other way. Sams, another one of those seniors that was celebrated yesterday.
A lefty.
Don Simmons playing the matchup game, maybe. Lefty batter on righty pitcher. 0-2 swung through. Alger gets another strikeout. It will be Carly Hudnall to step to the plate.
Hudnall reached base in her last trip to the plate. The little flare single. Was eventually 60 feet from scoring as she got over to third on a wild pitch, but that's exactly the case. Hudnall advanced a second on a sacrifice bunt and third on a wild pitch. She wasn't driven over. She wasn't, Lynchburg's not going station to station with the bat as productively as they would need to take down the number 2 team in the country. You're going to be really looking for, you need a big hit here, more than just keeping the line moving. At this point in the game, it's time for someone to step up and really take the reins and shock the captains.
The best thing to do could be just to grab the momentum. That one grounded right back to Alger. She'll throw it on to Brickner, and now the Hornets down to their final out. Alyssa Telliumptua stepping to the plate.
It seems to be how it always works. The first year finds herself up to the bat here in a really big situation after coming in for Gracie Dooley, Lynchburg's best hitter on the season, who had to leave the game midway through with an injury. This is just exactly how the script would have been written.
But you can't imagine that Telliumptua feels too much pressure, knowing that the tying run still stands in the hole. If, assuming batter on deck, got on base. She grounds this one softly towards Alger. She'll pick it up, throw it on to Brickner, and that'll do it for Game 1 of the doubleheader. CNU looks strong on the mound. Lynchburg was positively pushing for it in the early parts of the game on the offensive end, but couldn't draw any runs across, and CNU took advantage of the opportunities that they had. Once again, CNU takes Game 1 4-0. We'll be back on LHSN in about 30 minutes with Game 2 of this doubleheader.
private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves. Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or working in athletic administration to working for professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local parks and rec department. And professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local parks and rec department. And employers are increasingly requesting and preferring individuals who have postgraduate education, specifically looking for an MBA. And so the University of Lynchburg Sport Management concentration in the MBA program sets you up for success, and it sets you apart from the many other people looking for jobs in the industry. Learn from winners. Here you will learn from professors and mentors who have spent their careers doing exactly what you want to do. Increase your marketability in an $83 billion industry. If you have a 3.0 GPA, the GMAT is waived. There's no application fee, admissions occurs on a rolling basis, and our online program is ideal for working adults. When you enroll in this program, you enroll in the opportunity to learn from the best of the best. Your professors have a wealth of experience working in the sport industry that they share with you in the classroom setting. Get in the game by getting your MBA with a sport management concentration at the University of Lynchburg. Just you now, Hollywood, here I come. Hey, I meant, yeah.
The real Lindsay Piper's here.
Autographs there later. Let's.
I came in knowing I wanted to do physical therapy, and kind of one of the best tracks to physical therapy was exercise physiology. And Brook Hill is the most amazing place. It's probably one of my favorite places to be. I came in working here through the Bonner program, just volunteering here as much as I could, and it really does incorporate not only like the horses that I really like, but also my major. And that kind of really sparked an interest for my thesis. I'm really studying how the therapeutic horseback riding affects children with autism. So far, we have seen an increase in every single test that we've done, both the physical test and the emotional test. There's opportunities for every type of interest you could possibly have, and the professors really do care about you on an individual level. It's not just a big lecture with 300 people. It's really kind of one-to-one learning, and I think that's really what makes it special. Hey, Tracy.
Can I photobomb? You should. Pardon.
We're stranded. I hope someone sees this.
She's fine.
Where are we going today, Tim?
Monument Creek.
How far?
Debatable.
How do you think it's gonna go?
I think it's gonna go well. I think we're gonna have one big climb that's gonna kind of suck. But then after that, we're gonna have some incredible views. What is happening?
It's very mental. The worst part is when you first start, but you gotta keep going and you take your breaks and you look up and you enjoy the view, and it's all worth it.
Hey, Mom. It's just Kate and I here. Hey, Jean. Eating some jerky? It's extra good at this spot.
How's it going?
Great. I love how that's what you ask what do you think? How's it going?
What else am I gonna ask?
You see how there's a high point?
What do you think about the river, Megan?
Pretty cool.
Wow, great answer.
Well, Dan.
Megan, how was the open air toilet? How would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10?
Based on
I don't know.
At points, I just wanted to give up, but I didn't, and I just kept pushing.
Whoa! Hardcore parkour! She on X game mode. Big.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature, you'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
This is the dough. It's wicked cute. It's always so pretty.
So, what are we doing here? I thoroughly enjoy paddling, so we can just do that, but I go by Tim. Most people know me as the outdoor guy. I run the outdoor leadership program. We have the pleasure of taking students in outdoor recreation trips, and we do a lot of leadership engagement. We do a lot of leadership training. I teach a lot. I think of myself as an outdoor educator. We do a lot of certification courses, swiftwater rescue, wilderness medicine. Everything we do, even the recreational trips, have a lot of education and leadership built into them as well. Now we're running, 30 trips a semester, and most of those trips are $5 or free. We do a lot trying to remove the barriers for students to get outside. I don't want cost to be a reason someone can't come out and enjoy nature. So I'm trying to remove those and remove some of the societal stigma, and creating, culture change. It takes a long time to happen, but that's the goal. I have a passion for expedition type trips where we really get to go out and go to a place and really experience it and get out in the wild. So we've gone to Big Bend, we've gone multi-day canoe trips down the James River, we've gone to the Everglades. Most recently we did a backpacking trip through the Grand Canyon. So my job is to really put them in the situations where they grow and can prosper, and then they can take those situations and apply them to their life broadly. I believe to really understand and want to protect wild spaces, you need to have a relationship with them. So, if I can get the students to care about these spaces and give them a relationship, then they're more likely to want to protect them.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them, because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
This video isn't about me. It's about the limitless possibilities that the University of Lynchburg allows me to be. An athlete, an artist, an adventurer, a writer, a believer, a human. Because what I love about the University of Lynchburg is that they have a saying, here we're home. And honestly though, I think a better fit would be a home for everyone. Because it doesn't matter the color of your skin, the person you love, the God you pray to, the pronouns you use, the city you're from, the language you speak. University of Lynchburg gives you the greatest opportunity they can for you to be the absolute best version of yourself.
My name is Joshua Carr. I am a senior. I am a theater major as well as a history minor. I live in 5th Street, the historic black neighborhood. The money came in, transfer, scholarship, all that. I appreciate that greatly. I'm smart too. So they gave it like, you smart, here. You know what I'm saying? You come here to do a job. I came here to do a job. A student's job is to get that degree and make something of ourselves. I love the diversity here. I love the different interests of people here. I can teach somebody that doesn't know what I know, and that person can teach me something that I don't know that they know. So that's what I love about my school. They respect that, and they allow us to showcase and voice our expressions. That's what you get here. You get diversity, you get different people with different knowledge coming together, sharing information and helping each other out. That's what I love. That's why I say people. I love the people here.
Be ready for anything, okay?
Come on, let's go together! Together, let's go! Come on! Let's go, keep going!
Sorry, it's the best trip. Sweet. Yep. Yeah. Cool.
guys, you see the meat grinder down here? Stay in the boat, let's go!
You know, camera?
Oh, what you think of that? Woo!
At University of Lynchburg.
At the University of Lynchburg.
At the University of Lynchburg, our athletic teams strive for excellence on the field and in the classroom.
Our coaches, professors,
facilities,
and campus community empower us to reach new heights and succeed each day.
At Lynchburg, our championship DNA has evolved through sacrifice,
passion,
and commitment of those that have come before us.
Your support inspires us on our journey
and allows us to share life-changing experiences
with future generations of Hornets.
My favorite experience here at Lynchburg was the 2021 ODAC Championship here. It was versus Randolph, and the track was packed, the whole stadium was packed, and it was just honestly one of the best experiences I've ever had playing here at Lynchburg and being a part of the Lynchburg community. Ringing the bell is kind of a surreal experience. Here on the soccer team, we run to the practice fields maybe once or twice a week, and at the end of our run, we stop at the bell, and we always talk about how this is where we want to be at the end of the season, ringing the bell.
My favorite experience at Lynchburg has to be my sophomore year as a second-year program with Lynchburg's women's swimming. We came into the ODAC ready to compete that year, and we ended up winning our ODAC championship. And coming back and ringing that victory bell is something that will always be engraved in my mind, and I wish it for any athlete that gets to ring that victory bell, and it's truly the most incredible experience, and I will never forget it.
My favorite experience I've had being on the men's basketball team here at Lynchburg. Every year during Christmas break, we go and travel and play in a Christmas tournament. We went to Topgolf recently, and boy, does my swing need some work.
My favorite athletic memory at the University of Lynchburg was winning the individual ODAC Golf Championship last year.
My favorite memory here at Lynchburg is winning all of our track and field ODAC championships.
My favorite Lynchburg memory is when we
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Game 2 ready to get underway. Amela Clausen, the pitcher in the circle in Game 2 for the Hornets, maybe drawing off a little bit of the momentum that she picked up to end Game 1. We'll take a look here through the away batting order for the captains. Bianca Palmer-Scott to lead off, playing behind the plate. Abby Rochette playing over in left. Meredith Brickner finds her way back over to first base, batting third. Brooke Griever playing third base once again, batting in that fourth spot. Katie Curran playing out in right, batting fifth. Kendall Bentley playing short, batting sixth. Then Brooke Childress gets the start in center field. Kensley Hess, the designated player, and Olivia Tullis back over at second base for the captains. 1-2 there from Clausen, misses off the outside edge. Clausen already doing more work this afternoon than she has in the circle for the entire season. She's been doing a great job in the circle this afternoon. This one softly lined out towards center field. Hackett moves in, makes the catch for the first out. The Hornets had a positive start in the circle in Game 1. Got a couple of scoreless innings to start out, but weren't able to grab that lead. Also like to welcome back in to the hypothetical booth here.
Mobile press box.
The mobile press box, Tim LaDuca.
Yeah, I just didn't want to jump back in. It took me a second to enter the starting lineups here, but we're ready to go as Amela Clausen got the first out.
Like we
It
mentioned
picks up right where she left off.
in game 1, Tim wearing quite a few hats. Still only the one that John Waters gave him, however.
Isn't that always the case?
I guess so.
Well, because he gave me all the other metaphorical hats you're talking about as well. So he's entrusted to be in this position. Very grateful
That is
for.
true.
See
So
what I'm saying?
technically you're wearing at least 3 hats that John Waters has given you right now.
Yeah.
1 physical.
2 metaphorical.
This one flown out to shallow left center. Hackett comes in, makes the catch.
So I hypothesized in game 1 that we'd see Angela Sperandeo starting this game, and maybe that's why she didn't come in at the end of game 1. But I did see Sperandeo wearing street clothes earlier between the games, so Sperandeo unavailable for this contest.
Another one flown out the outfield. It's Powell who makes the catch there. So a quick 1-2-3 inning for Clausen. She's been red hot in the circle for the Hornets. We'll head to the bottom of the first inning. Lynchburg looking to strike first when we return on LHSN. Welcome back on LHSN. Carly Hudnall to lead things off for the Hornets in game 2 of this doubleheader.
So, Andy, we just wrapped up D3 week. Last week it was a very fun week on campus, and today NCAA Division III released their 50th anniversary logo. I'm looking at it right now on my screen. Really lovely piece of graphic design here with a lot of meaningful elements, but 50 years of Division III.
It's a long time. I've only been a part of it for 3, so I can't imagine 47 more. But either way, I do agree that that logo is pretty good looking.
It's got a gold trim around it, which represents 50th anniversary because 50 is the golden anniversary. It has a Mobius strip. It's a D3 graphic element that uniquely belongs to Division III. You know, that incorporates discover, develop, and dedicate, the 3 aspects of Division III.
A lot more in-depth.
And the 50 actually is written with 3 stripes, which symbolizes the 3 Ds, discover, develop, and dedicate.
Good throw there from Griever at third to throw out Hudnall. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. That that graphic or logo is definitely relatively good looking.
I'm going to retweet it with the Lynchburg Sports Twitter account, and I'd like everyone listening to go to our Twitter, follow us, LYN Hornets, and you can also check out our latest retweet from Division III to see the new logo.
You could also tweet at us and say which part of it is your favorite.
That's also a good call, but make sure you follow us first, LYN Hornets.
Another one of those hats that Tim LaDuca wears. I did have the grace of getting some posts on Twitter over the fall semester.
Yeah, you did a good job with that.
Doing a little highlight post for every home game.
Yeah, we just have excellent photography here at Lynchburg. And just a good way to showcase it is to put it out on Twitter. So that's showcasing the skill.
Hard over to short. Kendall Bentley made a great pick and an even better throw over to first. So 2 good defensive stops for the captains. Have yet to mention the player in the circle in game 2, Olivia Kim. Kim got the start in game 2 of the doubleheader. Last time out for the captains at Ferrum. Kim on the year, 1.94 ERA. Making her 5th start of the season. Just another one of those pieces that fits really well into the staff of Christopher Newport. It's Sarah Watts, 2-out batter here for the Hornets. Takes that pitch off the outside edge. Couple changes from game 1 to game 2. Hudnall, who led off, not playing behind the plate. She's the designated player. Watts moved over to second base. Ruby Stort then goes from second to short. Olivia Herman gets the start behind the plate. And Taliumtwa going to start out in left field in replacement of Gracie Dooley, who left game 1 with an injury. I've not heard much about it, but I believe she's still in the dugout, so everything seems to be all right for the time being. There's another one grounded over towards Bentley. It was a closer play than it should have been. Watts nearly beat it out, but a good stretch from Brickner. Gets the 3rd out of the inning, and both teams go 1-2-3 in the first. We'll head to the top of the second when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Moon Field. Brooke Reaver stepping to the plate. Clausen got the captains to go 1-2-3 in the top of the first, but now faces Brooke Reaver, who had that line drive home run in game 1, extending that lead to 3-0. She was automatically taking that first pitch. You have to imagine maybe head coach Don Simmons throwing Clausen out there because there's only, what, before today it was an inning and 2/3?
2/3, yeah.
Not much film on Clausen. So she has the talent. She gets Griever to pop one up in foul ground. Herman and Cundiff, neither could get to that one.
Take mental note of that one, Andrew, after we've seen Griever already take one, 300 feet to right center, giving her a free pass at the plate here, not catching a pop-up in foul territory could be costly.
CNU, one of those teams where you can't give them many second opportunities. Lynchburg did a good job of avoiding things like that in game 1. Not saying that that was an automatic play to be made, but still one of those ones that you would have liked to get the out for. Clausen goes off speed, misses low, evens the count at 2.
Yeah, but that's something that really separates, college sports from high school. I remember in high school baseball, high school softball, seeing those in-between balls while two fielders are going after it. They seem to always just fall in no man's land.
This one hit hard out towards center field. That one off the top of the wall. Hackett to field it. The throw in is in time. Is the tag applied in time? It was not. Stewart did well to cover the bag. That ball feet away from a home run. It was close to our center field camera out there, Pearson Young. Freshman basketball standout. Glad to see no play interference there from Young out there in center. You will see a pinch runner for Griever. It's going to be number 11, Reagan Luby.
But the point I was making before Griever interrupted it with a massive double to center field, that just really gets cleaned up here at the college level. Those balls where multiple players have a read on it always get caught, and there's never any miscommunication. So that's a rare mistake there from the Lynchburg defense, is that pop out fell in between Herman and Carly Cundiff along the third base line.
Yeah, and something especially this late in the season, you would expect that to be ironed out. But either way, Clausen still looks pretty strong in the circle. That just the kind of lone blemish on her pitching this afternoon. This is the start of the fourth inning she's thrown. Got the last 6 outs in game 1.
And you'd have to imagine that Dorsis is on the docket once more once Clausen has exhausted all of her resources in the circle. But she's pitching really well right now, so it's not a guarantee that we're going to see Dorsis in any short order. Clausen's having a lot of success right now. It's good to see for the Hornets.
Exactly, and I mean, just doing her job. She's pitching really well, but at the same time, CNU maybe not ready for it. They were ready for the power and then off speed that Charlton applies. The stuff that Dorsis applies as well.
Bentley, the slick fielding shortstop. Ooh, she wears one. That's our first hit by pitch of the day. Hopefully that doesn't affect Bentley's performance out at shortstop, because she's already made a handful of really slick plays at short. So she seems to just be walking that one a little bit further down the line, but she'll be all right. Hit her right in the meat of the back.
What you wanted to see there if you're Clausen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Bentley yesterday hit 2 home runs in the doubleheader against Ferrum. So maybe bringing Childress to the plate, not an awful thing. Allows a force at every infield base, except for home plate, obviously.
Home plate is in foul territory, correct?
I was more just going to ask you that.
I'm trying to figure
That's why I said
it out.
infield base, and then
I think that's the
somewhat
correct
walked
term.
it back.
I think you're right. The ball hits the plate, it's foul ball.
Then I shouldn't have walked it back.
Yeah, you nailed it.
I learned from the best.
Because, ready for this, catcher's the only player, not only the only player that does start in foul territory, it's the only player that's allowed to start in foul territory. Carly Cundiff couldn't be in foul territory over at third base right now while Clausen has the ball in the circle. All 8 fielders have to be in fair territory. Catcher's the only one who's allowed to. Not the only one that does, the only one that's allowed to. Interesting, because, I mean, why would you ever want to put someone in foul territory?
Exactly.
But you couldn't even if you wanted to.
Childress at the plate was put in as a defensive substitution in game 1. Childress on the year batting .200. It's just her 26th at bat. One-two pitch off the outside edge. It's warmed up quite nicely. Walking down here before game 1, it wasn't cold, but it was not as warm as it has been the last couple of days, and it's a nice break here in the mobile press box. That one flown over into shallow right. Watts can't make the play. It's going to drop. Powell gets the force at second, so there's 1 out there. But that does put runners on the corners.
It's your classic 7-9-6 put out.
It's about as classic as it gets.
So Childress reaches on a fielder's choice. Bentley's at 7-9-6 on the play, and Ruby advances to third.
And who would have thought when you turned into LHSN today you'd hear the statistician doing his stats out loud while on the broadcast? Something you don't get anywhere else. And multiple hat-wearing Tim LaDuca is very skilled at it.
Thanks, Andy.
Childress dancing off the bag at first. She'll go to second. That's going to allow the double steal to happen. The throw home to Herman. The tag's applied. I was just about to mention Childress was dancing a little bit too much. Decided to go to second. Maybe that double steal call was given by head coach Keith Parr, who acts as that third base coach for the captains. The threat is gone. Lynchburg will head to the bottom of the second, a chance to grab the momentum they just picked up when we return on LHSN. Welcome back to Moon Field. Lynchburg gets a couple of odd plays to end the top of the second inning.
Exactly where I was going to go with this one was to come back from break, Andy. They say you see a new thing every time you come to the ballpark, and I'm going to venture to guess, as Cundiff grounds out to tell us, that that's the first time there has been a 1-6-2 caught stealing directly after a 4-9-6 put out at second base on a fielder's choice.
Yeah, definitely an odd scoring.
It's an odd sequence
but it's
overall.
one of those. Yeah. It's one of those stats that you'd see maybe on an ESPN broadcast that just has no relation to anything. Just very oddly specific.
See something new every day at the ballpark. And
Stewart
Stewart was involved in both of them. She's at the plate here, getting the start at shortstop today. And I said earlier 7-9-4-6 put out on that play, but I was saying 7 incorrectly. I was saying 7 because of Sarah Watson's uniform number instead of 4 for her position that she plays at second base. So it actually was a 4-9-6 put out on the fielder's choice, not a 7-9-6.
Either way, I think the audience is quite grateful for your, I guess,
insight.
Insight, yes.
Well, yeah, because before I started doing the official scoring at a baseball game or a softball game, I thought I was a big baseball fan and softball fan, but it's a lot of things you don't really know until you get down on the nitty-gritty and have to do the official scoring.
I completely agree. That one from Kim fouled off. Stewart got the start in game 1 at second base, then took the spot of Walter. over at short. Two. Foul popped up towards the away dugout.
Kim on the season has the least amount of, or the second least amount of innings in the circle, 21 2/3. She owns a 1.94 ERA with a 4-0 record.
That one hit hard to deep left center field, but ranging back over her shoulder and making the catch is Brooke Childress. A catch that she made look relatively easy, but that was a pretty difficult one moving away. Would have at least been 2 bases for Stewart.
Anytime you make a play, a catch over the shoulder with your back facing the infield like that, you're going to want to put an exclamation point next to it in your scorebook. Really good play by Childress. I have to imagine that's why she was brought in for defensive replacement in the first game in the first place. Really skilled center fielder for CNU. And we're blessed to see, 2 center fielders out there here at Moonfield today, both in Childress and Hackett, that can really run them down with the best of them.
Have yet to see that diving catch that Kaylee Hackett usually blesses our highlights with, at least to this point this afternoon.
Well, that makes me think of a play I saw the other day from Miami Marlins center fielder Jazz Chisholm. He caught a ball that had a 25% catch probability. It's very low. Caught it standing up. And, when you see that play, anytime you see a outfielder catch a ball without diving, may not really raise any alert from you like, oh, that was an amazing play. But it just goes to show how important your first step is, the anticipation of the fielder out there, having something to do with knowing the count, knowing what type of pitch may be coming so you can know, are they going to be early on this one? Do I have to take another step to my left? Are they going to be late? Push it the other way? So, just because you don't see a fielder making a diving spectacular play doesn't mean they didn't make a fantastic play. It almost means that they were just in a really good spot and a lot of good preparation and the athleticism to run it down very quickly as well.
Yeah, and that was one that if Childress didn't make that catch over her shoulder, that was down, one hopping off the wall. And by the time the ball was landing in her glove, Stewart was already halfway to second base, so you don't necessarily know where she was going to end up, but Olivia Herman earned a walk there.
Yeah, and Stewart had a triple yesterday, one of 3 Hornets with a triple on the day against DMU yesterday. So we have our first base runner for the Hornets.
Sophie Tully will get her chance with 2 outs. Had quite a few opportunities in game 1 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, Lynchburg, kind of kept pace in the hit department with CNU in the first game. The difference was the big hit. And so now you got 2 outs, you got a runner on first. This is where Lynchburg can start to make a little separation, finding the big timely hitting.
Bentley fields that one well, throws it on to Brickner. They didn't find the timely hitting there. But we'll head to the top of the 3rd inning. Still scoreless here on LHSN.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves. Every great college has a great city. For Lynchburg, we are near urban areas with lots of restaurants, shopping, and events. Plus, we are one of the top schools in the area. Come see for yourself.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or
Welcome back, Lynchburg, Virginia. Kensley Hess to lead things off for the Captains here in the top of the third inning.
Hess at the plate as a lefty with the split grip. Gets herself a little bit extra control as she tries to slap that one the opposite way and get a good head start down to first base.
Hess on the year, batting .238, making her 16th appearance. It's only her 22nd at-bat. Guess this is game 24 for the Captains this year.
Hess handles that bat, you know, almost reminiscent of how I imagine a Jedi would wield a lightsaber.
Very controlled, takes that pitch, but it gets in there for a called strike 3. Hess goes down on 3 pitches. First strikeout of the afternoon for Amela Clausen. It'll be Olivia Tullis stepping up, playing second base, batting in that 9th spot.
So they say you see a new thing every time you go to the ballpark, but conversely of that, a thread and this topic every time you go to the ballpark for a mid-afternoon game.
That one pops softly up in the air to Stort. She makes the catch for the second out.
Try not to start a story here with 2 outs. I didn't technically. I started it with 1 out. But the shadows there on Moon Field are creeping closer and closer to Clausen in the pitcher's circle. So at this point, just about the batter is fully in the shadow. Clausen's going to be releasing the ball in the shadow. But a couple innings earlier, those shadows came through right in the midway point. And sometimes you hear announcers talk about how difficult that is for the hitter. That also could be hard for the fielders as well, trying to read the ball as it crosses from light to dark. But I've heard recently that it's a little overplayed of a trope. It doesn't make too much difference. It's hard enough to hit a softball, and you're focusing so hard that the change from light to shadow doesn't really make that much of a difference.
Especially in longer at-bats. Once you see a pitch that goes through it, you kind of change what you're doing to where the shadows are. So I do think it still makes just a little bit of difference. But, I mean, it hasn't been shown this afternoon. A lot of hard contact.
With all the baseball I watch, though, and really it just seems that they bring it up almost as if it's a new revelation, and they just noticed, oh, that might make a difference. I'm a little tired of hearing how game-changing the shadows can be, especially when I've heard other stories about how it really doesn't make too much of a difference.
Hackett calls for that one and makes the catch for the third out in the top of the third. Clausen still looking strong in the circle for the Hornets. We'll head to the bottom of the third to see if the Hornets can give her some run support when we return on LHSN.
Now, Hollywood, here I come.
Either. The real Lindsay Piper's here.
Autographs there later. Let's
Welcome back, Lynchburg, Virginia. Alyssa Taliumptua to lead things off here. It'll be 8, 9, and 1. Stepping to the plate in the bottom of the third here for the Hornets.
Hitting is such a unique skill and an experience. And I remember when my playing days in high school at Spencerport High School up in Rochester, New York, you're always hyper aware when you're out in the field and you're due up in the top of the next inning. I just think it's funny here, Teliumto as a freshman, getting her first start. She's playing all the way in left field, but it seemed right after that third out was recorded, she already had her helmet on with her bat in her hands ready to get up to the plate. So luckily for her, Mike Jennings, first base coach, took his leisurely stroll to his coaching box at first, slowed down Teliumto a little bit. But she's just so excited here in her first year, first start. So, really ready to get up there into the box. Works herself a 1-1 count.
Definitely ready for the opportunity. Outfield shading a little bit towards left. Childress playing near the Aubrey out there in Aubrey R. Moon Jr. Field.
Oh, I thought you knew a different word for some piece of architecture in a softball field. I didn't know what an Aubrey was.
I should have just gone with it. That one hit right towards where Childress is standing. She was in the right spot, clearly.
Hit it right at the Aubrey.
Catch right in front of the Aubrey for the first out in the bottom of the third. Interesting to see that they were shaded that far over, however, for a left-handed bat. I guess maybe anything hit up in the air is going to slice that way with the wind.
Yeah, and you can see Childress maybe compensating for the wind a little bit. Obviously, the right-handed batter, is that right, right-handed? Yeah, right-handed batter, Kaylee Hackett, pull hitter to the left side. But even shaded over just a few steps more is Childress out in center field.
Appeal to first there. Hackett didn't go around. But you talk about dealing with the sun for the batters. Do you think once that sun kind of creeps down a little bit more, it has any effect on Rochette out there in left field? Or do you think it's just kind of one of those things that doesn't really affect it?
Well, I think that there's just really unique situations where you're going to get really heavily affected by the sun. A nice high sun or a setting sun, there's the ball's got to be hitting the perfectly wrong spot, which is kind of an oxymoron. But it just has to be put so perfectly right in the center of the sun where you just never get it. You never get a read on the ball. So the sun is going to very rarely make an effect on a fielder's ability to make a play out there in the field. Especially because of the anticipation of these athletes. They can read, a lot of the times they see that ball off the bat. They can close their eyes, run to the spot that it's going to be, then look back up in the sky and get it. So the anticipation from these athletes is really great. The athleticism, the awareness out there in the field. Sun's not going to make too much of a difference.
I believe Hackett tried to lay down a bunt. Might have deflected off the bat and onto the right leg of the center fielder. Taking a little bit of time to shake it off.
Hackett needs to be fully out of the box for it to be an out. So is that just a timeout or were umpires talking? Yeah, there is a conversation between Jennings at first and the first base umpire. But we're just going to keep playing here with a 2-2 count.
Yeah, I think when it hit her, she was still maybe just taking her first step. This one grounded hard towards the hole in the left side of the infield. That one's through for a base hit. Kaylee Hackett immediately responds to that break. Maybe it was an intentional break. Gets the first base hit off of Olivia Kim this afternoon. First base hit for the Hornets in Game 2.
Could we see Hackett steal here? You got the top of the order up.
I would say it's probably not going to be a steal attempt because Carly Hudnall's at the plate. So she's probably going to lay down a bunt maybe, put Hackett into scoring position. But Hudnall has the speed to beat it out if she does. Shows bunt, pulls it back. Back pick to first is in time. Kaylee Hackett is going to be thrown out. Not sure if she ever reached the bag sliding back. The play was there for Hudnall. Hackett just danced a little bit too far off the first base bag, and a great throw from Palmer Scott behind the plate takes away that 1 out base hit for the Hornets. Now there's quickly 2 outs. Carly Hudnall ahead in the count 1-0.
I would like to see Hackett in motion there. Just, straight, steal once that ball gets released.
I would say it even with Hudnall trying to lay down that bunt, maybe, or I guess now she's trying to slap it, but at the time, laying down that bunt, kind of getting and blocking the view of the catcher as well. I think as soon as that ball leaves the hand of Kim in the circle, you almost want Hackett running so that whether she beats it out or not, the throw from Palmer Scott behind the plate is going to be a lot more difficult. That one grounded softly foul. Because it's not like Hudnall would be blocking the throw from behind the plate, but at the same time, when you're laying down a bunt, you just see just a little bit less of the ball.
And also, with Hudnall being a lefty, Palmer Scott coming out of her crouch and having to throw through that left-handed batter's box may have been a little bit more difficult.
Hudnall behind 1-2. Here's that pitch. Slapped in the air out towards center field, towards Childress. She dives, can't make the catch. It bounces up into her glove. It was a good stretch out there from Childress in center field. Tried to put herself onto the highlight reel that Hackett owns at Moonfield, but unable to make the catch, and it's another base hit for the Hornets.
And good awareness there from Childress. She knows with 2 outs, no runners on base, she can lay out like that. I would have anticipated, however, if there was a runner on second, Childress may have come up a little bit shorter on that one, let that one fall softly in front of her, and not go for the diving catch, because if she misses that, that ball's rolling all the way to the Aubrey. And you can't make that type of play. You can't take that type of risk with runners on base. But with the bases empty, that was the right decision from Childress to might as well take a stab at it, try to end the inning early.
It was a good play regardless. We've seen Hackett lay out and end innings like that too, but good to judge it. Hudnall's on the move over towards second base. The throw gets to Childress out in center field. Maybe Palmer Scott hearing us commend the defensive skills of Childress and give her a little camera time. Powell ahead 2-0. Lines one over the head of the third baseman. That one's down for a base hit. Trying to field it there is Rochette. That ball's going to be thrown home, not in time. The Hornets are going to snatch themselves a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the third, courtesy of a 2-out double from Lexi Powell. Great piece of hitting there from Powell. And to your point earlier about getting that runner to second base on the steal, it's just that extra idea that gave the Hornets that run. Hudnall would not have scored if she had not stolen second base. But the Hornets now a little bit of momentum, and Sarah Watts coming to the plate looking to build off of it.
So you can feel free to debate me here, Andy, but I'm ruling that a single advanced the second on the throw instead of a double.
Would never debate my experienced statistician.
You got it all wrong, Andy. That's exactly what we're here for. Open a good conversation.
I think it would have been a close play at second regardless. Powell, just because Powell has the pace, but either way, it goes down as an RBI for Lexi Powell. That one grounded over towards Griever at third. She'll pick it up. Throw it to Brickner at first for the third out, but one run comes across. Lynchburg picks up their first run of the afternoon. It comes in the third inning of game 2. We'll see if Lynchburg can hold on when we return in the top of the fourth inning on LHSN.
Kind of one of the best tracks to physical therapy was exercise physiology. And Brook Hill, it's the most amazing place. It's probably one of my favorite places to be. I came in working here through the Bonner program just volunteering here as much as I could, and it really does incorporate not only like the horses that I really like, but also my major, and that kind of really sparked an interest for my thesis. I'm really studying how the therapeutic horseback riding affects children with autism. So far we have seen an increase in every single test that we've done, both the physical test and the emotional test. There's opportunities for every type of interest you could possibly have, and the professors really do care about you on an individual level. It's not just a big lecture with 300 people, it's really kind of one-to-one.
Welcome back on LHSN. First pitch there to Brickner popped up in the air. Moving over is Stort, makes the catch. Lynchburg finds themselves ahead for the first time this afternoon. A couple good pieces of hitting. It all started with Kaylee Hackett, who got on first, but this lead could be at least one more if it wasn't such a good throw from Palmer Scott behind the plate for the captains to get that back pick out on Hackett at first, but Lexi Powell drove in the first run of the afternoon. That one popped in foul ground. Diving for it is Herman. Can't make the catch.
CNU is 3-2 in one-run ball games this year. If you give me a moment, I can tabulate Lynchburg's record in such affairs as well. But Lynchburg hasn't played too many close games this year.
I'd agree with that. They've been in a couple going either way. Trying to think back. There was the walk-off loss against Methodist. Also, win over the #1 team in the country.
Oh, I stand corrected. Lynchburg has played in 9 one-run games this year.
And do you know what their record is in those games?
Yeah.
What is it?
Thanks for asking. 4-5.
So not all too bad. Relatively consistent.
That's the thing with one-run ball games. They really can sort out either way. It's a little bit more of a toss-up. That's why run differential matters so much in today's understanding of softball and baseball, is because if you're going to put yourself in a position where you're up by 10, not many things can, you're not going to lose on a random bounce. You're not going to lose on a close call. You're not going to lose on, one extra hit. When you're putting yourself up by 4, 5, 6 runs, all those little things that, separate wins and losses in one-run games, they don't really matter as much. So if you're able to put a lot of runs on the board each game, it really matters in order to determine and predict the success of a team.
It's also a lot easier when you have someone in the circle pitching as well as Amela Clausen is right now. Gets Brooke Griever that time to pop it up over towards the third base bag. That'll be the second out of the inning. Clausen will look to get the Hornets bats back up to the plate.
And it's not even like, Clausen is escaping by the skin of her teeth here through these first 4 innings. Besides the loud double off the top of the wall in center field from Griever, it's really just been a lot of soft outs, some strikeouts, a lot of pop-outs today. And even with the Griever's double, could have been erased earlier with the pop-out that fell in foul territory. So Clausen has just been really in command here.
Yeah, Clausen this afternoon, 5 flyouts, at least by my book, 3 pop-outs. Those last 2 I counted as pop-outs. But a lot of relatively hard contact into shallow outfield positions. There's another one of those pop-ups. That one in foul ground. Cundiff makes the catch and walks right into the dugout for the third out of the top of the fourth inning. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Lynchburg's hot bats coming back up to the plate when we return on LHSN.
Interest for my thesis. I'm really studying how the therapeutic horseback riding affects children with autism. So far we have seen an increase in every single test that we've done, both the physical test and the emotional test. There's opportunities for every type of interest you could possibly have, and the professors really do care about you on an individual level. It's not just a big lecture with 300 people, it's really kind of one-to-one learning, and I think that's really what makes it special. Hey Tracy.
Can I photobomb? You should. Pardon.
We're stranded. I hope someone sees this.
She's fine.
Welcome back on LHSN. Carly Cundiff stepping to the plate for the Hornets.
It's a picturesque day here at Aubrey R. Moon Jr. Field. Wind's a little gusty, but purely blue skies, and it makes you think. As we're enjoying some snacks here in the mobile press box. Andy, what's your favorite ballpark food if you go to the concession stand at a ball game?
I have to say a nice hot dog is always a great snack at a ballpark. Can't think of anything else that would top it. Hearing reports of a soft pretzel in the press box. What about you, Tim?
Hot dog's good. It's classic.
It's not great.
It's not going to fill you up the way that I need it to. Because then I'm going to be getting up 2 or 3 more times and missing a couple more innings. I'm going to go with the loaded nachos. And I want you to just load it up with all the toppings. Preferably put it in a souvenir helmet.
Yes. That one lined over towards Griever. It bounced off of her glove. And then Bentley unable to make the throw in time. It was a good job by Stewart to get down that first base line and beat out the throw, even though it was a little bit offline. One's going to be ruled as a base hit.
Yeah, the ideology there is Griever, had to make a diving, stabbing play on the hard hit ball from Stewart. It's not going to be a routine play. It doesn't matter that it hit her glove. Some people think that anytime a ball hits a fielder's glove, automatically has to be an error if they don't make the play. But you really have to ask yourself, is that a play that Griever makes 10 out of 10 times, 9.5 times out of 10? So that's something that it's a routine play, and I don't think that anyone is going to fault Griever or Bentley for that matter getting it on the ricochet for not making the play, getting the speedy Stewart out at first base. Lots of things to consider, but going to go with the hit on that one.
Now, if hypothetically that ball missed Griever's glove and the throw was offline like it was from Bentley,
again,
that would have been
I still go with the hit because think about the ground Bentley has to cover, making the play on the backhand, throwing across her body with all of her momentum, taking her towards the left field foul line. And again, a little odd to have to, considering something that's not consistent on every play, but Stewart's speed going down the line affects the play.
Stewart caught in between first and second base there. And Palmer Scott's going to throw out yet another one of those Lynchburg base runners caught in between. Herman laid down the bunt. Stewart was a couple too many paces off that first base bag. And when Palmer Scott got up and pump faked the second, Stewart tried to go back to first. Realized she wasn't going to make it either way. And said, I'm going to make Palmer Scott make the longer throw to second. And was quite comfortable in doing so. This one flown in the air, out towards first base bag in foul territory, and Brickner calmly makes the catch for the third out in the bottom of the fourth. So Lynchburg gets a base runner but can't capitalize from it. We'll head to the top of the fifth inning. Lynchburg still leads 1-0.
She's fine.
Where are we going today, Tim?
Monument Creek.
How far?
Debatable.
How do you think it's going to go?
I think it's going to go well. I think we're going to have one big climb that's going to kind of suck. But then after that, we're going to have some incredible views. And it's happening.
It's very mental. The worst part is when you first start, but you got to keep going and you take your breaks and you look up and you enjoy the view, and it's all worth it.
Hey, Mom.
Welcome back on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Called the network by its full name that time, Andrew.
I had to go by its legal name at least once.
Oh, are you trying to tell me that you're sick of me calling you Andy? Want me to call you Andrew like everybody else?
I wasn't going in that direction, but
see, it's interesting because, you know, the way that we interact with each other around the golf team, everyone calls you Andy, so sometimes I struggle right in the golf recaps. I'm tempted to put Andy Watson, but that doesn't link to your name. He's officially on the roster. Andrew Watson is a junior from Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Mountain View High School. Yeah, no, I mean, before I came to Lynchburg, nobody called me Andy.
No.
I mean, not a single person.
Once, not even once.
There was a soccer coach when I was probably 7 or 8 years old that said it a couple times, and he was corrected. And then from there, no one called me Andy until not even freshman year. I feel like last year when I guess the majority of our team made their first appearance on campus, we just started calling me Andy, and it's kind of stuck since then. If you could have, I mean, I guess your name is a nickname.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm Timothy officially.
Yeah. So everyone calls you Tim.
Mm-hmm.
It's different for me because no one has ever called me Andy, though.
I think I'd feel the same way if people started calling me Timothy. I mean, like, yes, technically you can call me that, but no one does.
Well, I'll make sure not to call you Timothy.
Call me Sir Mr. LaDuca.
Sir Mr. LaDuca. Not sure how you were given that honor of becoming a sir, but I'll just go with it. That ball ripped over towards left field. Taliamtua makes a calm catch in the sun. It looked like for a second Kendall Bentley was going to get a base hit, but Taliamtua calmly made that catch.
Yeah, and really good footwork there from the first year out and left. She read it, you know, going to her left at first, and then decided to make an adjustment. Quick feet, turned her shoulders, turned her hips, and was able to catch that over her right shoulder. And battling the sun. Battling the sun as well.
Another one of those good catches from the outfield this afternoon. It's Brooke Childress, who made that great over the shoulder catch in front of the Aubrey.
In front of the Aubrey. It's going to stick.
This ball ripped down the right field line. That one's going to get foul. Over towards our hat giver, athletic director John Waters. Childress behind 0-2. Clausen still pitching well in the circle for the Hornets. That one skips in there, however.
You think about if it's time for Dawn Simmons to bring in Dorsis.
So that one's softly grounded towards Cundiff, who calmly makes the throw.
But Clausen has worked her way, 4 2/3 innings. She's not a run on the board for the Captains, one of the most potent offenses in the country. But at some point, you'd have to figure Dorsis is due to come into this game. However, think back to the way that first game went. Dorsis came in, bang, strikeout, first batter, bang, strikeout the second. And then CNU started to really read that ball out of her hand well, worked the 13 pitch at bat, next at bat, after the hit, another long at bat. So maybe Simmons keeping that in the back of her mind, Coach Simmons keeping that in the back of her mind, just going to ride Clausen.
Well, if it were me, I'd have to imagine that you definitely go Clausen through the remainder of this inning.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, you still have 2 more pitchers to work with that have already thrown today. You also have Madison Barnes, who hasn't made an appearance yet, but also has experience in the circle. If Sparandeo is not able to play this afternoon, then that's a loss for the Hornets. But at the same time, with only 2 innings remaining, you could throw Dorsis for one who looked really effective for 2 outs, and then the captains figured her out. And maybe you go back to Charlton just because, I mean, they're not vastly different, but the way in which they work, or the way in which the different pitchers work, is different based off what the captains already know.
And especially, flipping the platoon advantage there so quickly. That's why the lineup construction this afternoon from Keith Parr, the coach of the captains, is so good, because you're not going to be able to get into a rhythm from either side of the plate if you're a Lynchburg pitcher. But it's so rare, it's so hard to find someone who's on their A game. So if you're you got to get really lucky as Clausen strikes out another batter to retire the side. But if you're going to get Clausen's A game like this right now, there's no point in rolling the dice a little bit more and hoping to pull another ace out of the pile and get Dorsis on her A game too. Having Clausen dealing the way she is right now is awesome.
I completely agree. We'll see if Lynchburg can take that momentum to the bottom of the 5th inning when we return on LHSN.
And after that, we're going to have some incredible views. It's happening.
It's very mental. The worst part is when you first start, but you got to keep going and you take your breaks and you look up and you enjoy the view, and it's all worth it.
Hey, Mom. It's just Kate and I here. Hey, Jean. Eating some jerky? It's extra good at this spot.
How's it going?
Great. I love how that's what you ask what do you think? How's it going?
What else am I going to ask? What do you think about the river, Megan?
Pretty cool.
Wow, great answer.
Yeah! She's home! Little Dan.
Megan, how was the open air toilet? How would you rate it on a scale?
Welcome back on LHSN. Still a 1-0 lead for the Hornets. It's Sophie Tully to get things started in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Something impressive about this CNU team who comes into the doubleheader. Well, they're 18-3, they're 19-3 now. When you're a top-ranked team, number 2 in the country, and you're the reigning national champions, you're getting the other team's best effort. You're getting their A-plus game every single time you hit the diamond, and you're doing it twice. So when you're playing ranked teams, first off, and you're going to have a 19-3 record, but also, regardless of any ranking, you're getting everyone's best swing, best punch every time out, and you're going to still win at a 90% clip. So impressive, the program that Keith Parr has built here out of Newport News.
Tully grounds out there. Those 3 early losses for the captains came against Virginia Wesleyan, who we know quite well at the University of Lynchburg, and then Pfeiffer, a 1-0 loss, and then Case Western Reserve in the first week of the season. Interestingly enough, CNU started their season about 2 weeks after everyone else. So Lynchburg had already played. I mean, you can see it at the totals right now. Lynchburg playing, I believe, 10 more games than Christopher Newport has to this point this year.
Which makes some of those numbers we went through throughout the day even more impressive. Like the 12 homers from Griever. That's just fantastic. I always like, to compare it to Barry Bonds' home runs per plate appearance, because that's something that really impressed me about Bonds' career. You can also look at Mark McGuire. Give me a second to calculate some of this stuff.
That one hit hard out towards left field. Moving back to left fielder. That one gets down for a base hit. Taliumpto rounds first. She's into second standing. It's a one-out double for the Hornets with Kaylee Hackett stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, this is the moment where, you really got to dial in here. You can't get complacent with the one-run lead. Lynchburg's had a couple of costly mistakes on the base path. Picked off Kaylee Hackett. Ruby Stort, picked off in a way, caught stealing. Shouldn't have been out on that play. Shouldn't have been caught in no man's land. Now you got one out. You got a runner on second base. You got the top of the order due up in Hudnall. It's time to really start landing a couple more blows and add some insurance runs if you're the Hornets.
And Kaylee Hackett looking to get things started. Lines one right back up the middle to Childress. Taliumpto given the stop sign at third, however. Runners at the corners with one out. Carly Hudnall stepping to the plate. It'll be interesting to see what head coach Don Simmons wants to do here. I think if you're Lynchburg, you almost have that free pass for Hackett to advance to second. Maybe force Palmer Scott to make that throw and then send Taliumpto home.
Yeah, instead of defaulting here for the sacrifice bunt, which Hudnall is so great at, get Hackett in motion. Let her steal that bag and see if, without the force play anywhere except for first, if Hudnall can make something happen.
This one flown in the air out towards shallow right field. Curran coming in, makes the catch. Faking the tag to go home is Taliumpto. And now Lexi Powell stepping to the plate. Has that lone RBI on the afternoon.
Is it 2 outs?
Yeah, I'm giving Hudnall the take sign there, and I'm letting Hackett take second base, show off her speed, and then see what kind of things you can make happen at the dish. But 2 outs here for Powell.
We have seen head coach Don Simmons wait till there's 2 outs to make that double steal move. It's worked once, and I believe it's came back to hurt the Hornets once. So Lexi Powell has the ability to put one in play, has that single down the left field line. Got the lone RBI of the afternoon. She calls time.
Yeah, the thing with 2 outs here, if you're CNU, not that you should let the other team score a run, but you can really dedicate yourself if Lynchburg puts the double steal on and just make sure you get Hackett out and the inning with Lynchburg up 2 runs as you go up to the bat in the 6th. You got 2 more cracks at the bat, only down by 2. Your team has scored 6 runs a game. So if Lynchburg puts that double steal on, CNU would be content to let that run score and just guarantee the inning ends right there, getting Hackett out at second.
But that still means that Palmer Scott has to make a good throw. This one grounded over towards Griever at third. It won't matter regardless. She'll make the catch. And toss it on to Brickner at first for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Hornets threaten. They get runners on the corners with 1 out, but Olivia Kim gets out of it for the Captains. We'll head to the top of the 6th inning when we return on LHSN.
And after that, we're going to have some incredible views. What's happening?
It's very mental. The worst part is when you first start, but you got to keep going and you take your breaks and you look up and you enjoy the view, and it's all worth it.
Hey Mom, it's just Kate and I here. Hey Jean, eating some jerky? It's extra good at this spot.
How's it going?
Great. I love how that's what you ask what do you think? How's it going?
What else am I going to ask? What do you think about the river, Megan?
Pretty cool.
Wow, great answer.
She's home! Little Dan.
Megan, how was the open air toilet? How would you rate it on a...
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. The 9-hole hitter Olivia Tullis getting pinch hit for by Jules Donnelly. CNU looking for maybe a little bit something different. Tullis has popped up in this game, was 0 for 1. Head coach Keith Parr confident in putting Donnelly in this situation. Clausen still in the circle. Throws a first pitch strike.
Donnelly without a hit this season.
Only 3 chances at the plate to this point. Flies this one out to right center field. Calling for it is Hackett, and she'll make the catch. That'll bring up the top of the order. So maybe Coach Parr trying to create some sort of momentum in a game where Christopher Newport has only 2 hits, which is far below their average. First pitch to Palmer Scott, gets in there for a strike.
Thank you.
This one lined towards Taliumpto in left field. She was playing shallow. It gets overhead and gets all the way to the wall. Palmer Scott rounds second. She'll head to third. The throw to Cundiff is applied. The tag was applied. An odd situation happened there coming around second base.
Yeah, so Palmer Scott ran into Stewart, who is covering short, or playing short, covering second base, tripped over her, and the softball IQ from Palmer Scott let her know she knows she's entitled to third. You know, interference, she's going to get third base. But it doesn't really even matter because as she was taking her time to third base, Cundiff applies the tag, ball comes out of the mitt. So even if the umpire, for some reason, didn't award her third base, she still would have been safe on the play.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit confused. I also have this nice pole right in front of me. Can't exactly see right around.
Well, then aren't you lucky that I'm here? I saw the whole thing.
Like I said, not sure what I would do without you. Sir Mr. LaDuca. So Palmer Scott stands on third, represents the tying run for the Captains. This one popped up in the air into right field. Powell has the arm to throw out Palmer Scott should she run. Palmer Scott comes home, the throw not on target. And CNU ties the game up at 1. Sacrifice fly hit there from Abby Rochette. Bring up Meredith Brickner. No one on base for the Captains. Pamela Clausen gives up her first run of the afternoon. One 0 pitch. Just misses off the outside edge.
That's where some insurance runs, of course, would have been very valuable for the Hornets and several of their chances at the plate in the bottom of the last couple innings.
Because it only took one opportunity for the Captains to get back into it. The outfield was playing shallow for Palmer Scott, batting in that leadoff position. Ball just got past Taliumpto in left field.
And now we'll see how Clausen is able to pitch here under some adversity now. Instead of, pitching with a lead, she's pitching here in a tie ball game against the top team in the country.
She allows a walk there to Meredith Brickner with 2 outs, which I have to imagine wouldn't be too much of a problem in a normal situation, as we will see a pinch runner. It's going to be number 42. Brenna Moorfield got the start in center in game 1. Back to my point, Brooke Griever stepping to the plate. But Clausen has had Griever's number this afternoon in game 2, but Griever, you have to imagine, is going to time one up eventually. That go-ahead run standing on first base here in the top of the 6th with 2 outs. First pitch, ball.
This is the at-bat of the game to this point. You got one of the best hitters in all of the country at the plate. Tie ball game, 2 outs. And a pitcher that to this point in Clausen has been pitching fabulous, but it's something we were talking about off air. She's never gone this long in her collegiate career. In the circle.
I agree. That one ripped down the right field line. Foul. Gets the first strike of the at-bat. We talked about it earlier. Head coach Don Simmons does have Charlton and Dorsis in her back pocket, should she want to use them. Both already have action this afternoon, however. Christopher Newport has timed up their stuff relatively well. 2-1 to Griever, rises up a bit too much. Ever since that base hit, I feel like all the momentum has shifted to the other side of the field, sitting in that away dugout. 3-1 pitch from Clausen. Grounded towards Tully at first. That one's going to just go foul. Runs that count full 3-2. Payoff pitch from Clausen. Hit hard down the right field line over towards foul ground, and it will move right of that foul line. Griever staying alive. All 3 strikes in this at bat to this point have come on fouls. Most important pitch of the game. 3-2 in the dirt. That's ball 4. Back-to-back walks drawn from the captains. Brings up Katie Curran to the plate. Runner in scoring position, but head coach Don Simmons is going to step out. And Kaylee Dorsis is going to come in. So a great performance from Amela Clausen is going to end here in the top of the 6th inning. We'll give Kaylee Dorsis some time to warm up, and we'll see how she fares when we return on LHSN.
Whoa! Hardcore parkour! She on X game mode.
Pass it back. Stand to the left.
Big.
When creating a sustainable future, your choices matter, even your choice of a college. The University of Lynchburg is the first college in Virginia to go carbon neutral. Our dining hall is Green Restaurant certified. We compost all of our food waste and purchase our electricity from landfill gas. Now we're turning a hazardous lake into a thriving urban wetland. When you choose Lynchburg, you leave a smaller footprint while building a better tomorrow.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students.
Welcome back on LHSN. It's a 1-1 game here in the top of the 6th inning, but the captain's threatening. Runner at second and a runner at first with Katie Curran at the plate. The Hornets, who were led by Amela Clausen through the first 5 2/3 innings of this game, now turn the ball over to Kaylee Dorsis, who gets a first pitch popped up in foul ground, but out of play from Katie Curran. Curran on the afternoon. It's flown out to center, popped out to third. Like to do better here. The 0-1 pitch rises up a bit too much on Dorsis. Evens the count at 1. Just a bit low. Curran doing well to fight back after that first pitch strike. Two one. Grounded towards the hole in the right side of the infield. That one's through for a base hit. Getting waved home and misplaying the ball was Powell in right field. Meredith Brickner's going to come home and score on that play. Head coach Keith Parr, also the third base coach for the Captains, applied that pressure with 2 outs, sending that runner home, and it worked in the favor of the visitors. Haley Dorsis got pretty much what she wanted there. A ball hit on the ground in the infield. It just found one of the lone gaps on that right side. And now, pressure up just a little bit more. Trying to keep the lead where it is. Lynchburg, who's threatened on the offensive side, now trails this game after leading from the 3rd inning on. 2 runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Kendall Bentley at the plate. Mentioned she had those 2 home runs in the doubleheader yesterday. Oh, 1. Swung on and missed. Good pitch there from Dorsis up in the zone, and she's just a strike away from limiting the damage. 0-2. Rises up. Brings the count to 1-2. Good stop there from Hudnall behind the plate. And a good fight here from Bentley in the box. Evens the count up at 2. Dorsis just searching for that put-away pitch. Can't find it there as she's thrown 3 straight balls to Bentley. If it were to get to the on-deck circle, Brooke Childress waiting. Payoff pitch. Popped up in the air behind home plate, out of play foul.
Dorsis was unsuccessful in her long at-bats in the first game. We'll see if she can flip the script here as we approach. This is right around, this is a long at-bat here. 7 pitches.
Anytime the count runs full, I'd say it gets pretty long. This one popped up in the air in shallow left center. Teleompto moving in. Makes the catch, limits the damage to just 2 runs, but those 2 runs now show as the Captains lead. 2-1. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Lynchburg looking to fight back when we return on LHSN.
In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature, you'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
This is the dough. It's wicked cute. It's always so pretty.
Welcome back to Lynchburg, Virginia. Captain's plate 2 in the top of the 6th inning. They now lead the home Hornets 2-1. It's Sarah Watts to get things started in the bottom of the 6th. She lines one back up the middle. Tullis diving, makes a interesting decision there to try and make that catch. It's going to be a leadoff base runner for the Hornets.
Come on. What do you think that is, hit or error?
What would you rule it as? I would say it would have been a relatively easy play had she not dove.
Line drive, one hopper. Not straight at her. Going to the hit.
Sounds good to me. That's why I said base runner. I'd give
I
you
know,
the opportunity.
I picked that up. But it's a leadoff base runner for the Hornets, and something they haven't really excelled at this afternoon is bringing those base runners around to score, rarely even getting them into scoring position, running into a few outs on the base path between first and second as well.
That ball gets away. It might have hit Carly Cundiff, and it did. It looks like head coach Dawn Simmons is going to come over.
Well, the conversation here is, did Carly Cundiff offer it that on the bunt? And both umpires are saying no. Coach Parr is saying yes.
It looked to me initially like she did not go around.
Oh, I think that I identified she did.
Really?
Yeah.
I would say by the time the ball was there, she was back.
Mhm.
Because it just looked awkward because the ball was coming at her feet.
Gotcha. I struggle with the offering on the bunt.
Me too.
I more often than not think, yes, she did.
I think the best view of it is probably one of these umpires here. So from us behind the plate, I mean, we're just speculating at this point. I mean, some would argue that the best view on the entire field was the one that head coach Keith Parr had over at that away dugout. But it was immediately called as a hit by pitch. There was no hesitation. It's a longer conversation, but that gives us time to recognize Skylar Sams, who stepped out there to pinch run for Carly Cundiff. Conversation still continuing. Either way, it's going to go down and stay as it was.
You rarely see a call overturned, especially without any replay system.
And that's why I was so surprised yesterday, yesterday when Tully got that base hit. Or
I ruled it an error
because
came off the bag. Exactly.
Because it was so hard, we might see some sort of mound meeting here. That's what it is. Head coach Keith Parr is going to remove Olivia Kim from the game. And Kate Alger's coming back in, so we'll give her time to warm up. 2 runners on base for the Hornets when we return. No outs in the bottom of the 6th on LHSN.
This is the dough. It's wicked cute. It's always so pretty.
Back on LHSN. Alger all warmed up, ready to get things going here. 2 runners on.
So now we see both teams' aces who started each individual game. Oh, no, correct me.
That one gets away from Palmer Scott behind the plate, allows both runners to advance. That one was maybe a little bit better for Palmer Scott had she realized that it hit off the foot of the home plate umpire. But back to your point, two pitchers that came into the game were wondering if they're going to come in relatively flat or if they're going to come in ready to pitch. Maybe that first pitch is a sign, but you have to imagine that.
Yeah, it's a little different here in Alger's case, as she started the game, you know. She came in, she started, got the win, real dominant performance, and then she's been out of the game. Obviously, you'd expect Coach Parr to say, hey, stay ready, we're going to come to you. So there's got to be something in the back of your head, especially with a veteran coach like Parr, that, you know, this is the possibility. A little different in Dorsey's case. She came into relief already once. So she's already been through that routine of coming off the bench. Now she's doing it again. This just might be a little bit different scenario for Alger, being that she started game one and it now is coming in relief.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see how she reacts. No point in us speculating because not exactly sure. It's Ruby Stewart at the plate. Alger taking a little bit longer in the circle than she had in game one. One of the first times this afternoon that Lynchburg has had runners in scoring position with no outs. Ruby Stewart looking to gain this lead back. That one in the dirt. Good stop there from Palmer Scott behind the plate. Brings that count to 2-0.
We had two straight plays where Alger's just kind of spiked this one in the dirt. Now Palmer Scott really has to lock in behind the plate because Watt's only 60 feet from home.
I have to imagine they're going to try and manufacture this run any way they can. Whether it's a sacrifice fly or a base hit, you'd have to imagine, at least maybe in the next batter with one out, that run's going to come home.
How many outs there?
Two-one pitch. Misses inside. Looked like it caught Ruby Stewart on the top of the foot, and that's what it did. Now the base is loaded, and we will see a pinch hitter another time when one of these freshmen is going to get an opportunity. Madison Barnes is going to step up to the plate. Base is loaded, no outs. Threatening the number 2 team in the country. It doesn't get much bigger than this. Alger, back-to-back hit by pitches. First pitch to Barnes, catches the outside edge. Interesting that Coach Don Simmons would go to someone who hasn't seen Barnes, but at the same time, Olivia Herman was the one being pinch hit for. Barnes fouls the 0-1 back into the netting. So either way, it would have been a new face. Alger ahead 0-2. Barnes looking to fight. Checks her swing on a pitch on the outside edge. It's a called strike 3. Barnes goes down looking on 3 pitches. As we'll see yet another pinch hitter here. That's Alex DiNardo getting the opportunity. DiNardo on the year. batting .273, really just needs to put one in play. Give the Hornets a chance to manufacture that run. First pitch in the dirt, ball 1. We've also seen the Hornets in the last 4 games, including the doubleheader yesterday, be very controlled about where the strike zone is. Drew 10 walks in game 1 of the doubleheader yesterday. Takes that pitch off the outside edge, 2-0. That one misses low as well. Palmer Scott tried to frame it. And DiNardo's most likely going to be taking this pitch and make Kate Alger throw her a strike. Has really struggled in the return in this game. Does not look like her dominant self from game 1. That 3-0 pitch rises up. It's ball 4, a 4-pitch walk. And the tying run comes across in the bottom of the 6th. And that's going to lead to a little meeting here between the infield. I have to imagine the head coach, Keith Parr, maybe not necessarily going against what he was just thinking, as we'll see a pinch runner, Leah Caldwell, stepping in for DiNardo. But even though Kim had given up a little bit throughout the game, I mean, 6 hits, 7 hits, she was pitching relatively well and was comfortable in the situation. They had just gotten the lead back. Do you think it was, obviously now looking at it, seeing that the run was given up and it's tied, he's kind of changes what you think, but do you think it was a good decision to bring in their ace, or do you think they would have been better off leaving Kim in there, who had already been settled into this lineup?
Yeah, no, I mean, we hypothesized it a little bit before Alger came in, you know. Not a clean inning that your ace is coming into, but that's the key word. Alger's your ace. This is the player that you have on your team for this exact situation. And if you leave Kim out there and she lets up these runs and you have Alger sitting in the dugout, you're going to be thinking, well, I mean, why didn't we have our pitcher who's struck out 125 batters this year out there in the biggest moment of the game? This is exactly the spot that Alger should be in, and you can't fault anyone for it. If you want to figure out maybe why she threw 3 straight balls to her first batter and she just walked DiNardo to bring home the game-tying run on 4 straight pitches, maybe it's because it is a little bit of an uncomfortable situation, but that's exactly what you sign Alger up for every day of the week.
But either way, if it didn't work out for Alger or Kim, you would have been thinking about doing the opposite thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things that if it works out, you look like a genius, and if it doesn't, you're kind of thinking to yourself, well, where did I go wrong? Kind of a lose-lose if you make the change and it doesn't work out regardless.
No, if you're going to go down, you might as well do it with your horses out there and have an Alger out there in the circle. You know, because she's the type of pitcher who can bounce right back as she gets Taliamto to pass at that one and foul it off. You know, it's just been completely flip-flop each bat here. You got the walk, and you got the strikeout on 3 straight pitches, and Barnes didn't even take the bat off her shoulder. Then DiNardo walks on 4 straight pitches, and now Taliamtoa has her back up against the wall here with 2 strikes.
Hoping to make things happen for the Hornets. Grounds this one over towards Brickner. She bobbles the throw. Tullis wasn't there off the pick. It's going to bring that run in. It's going to go in error against Brickner over at first base. I don't think there'll be a debate about that ruling. But you have to feel for Alger there, who got what she wanted. Maybe Brickner just a little bit thinking too far ahead, trying to make that throw home. Try and keep that game-tying run from coming across. I mean, you had to imagine that throw was going to come home to try and get that force play. It was a force at every base. But now that still stands with 1 out, and Lynchburg had just grabbed the lead. Kaylee Hackett with an opportunity to do something more.
We're at the top of the order looming on deck, and not even 2 outs yet. That's a big misplay there from Brickner over at first.
I would agree.
But that just goes to show what happens when you put the ball in play.
You just make the defense make a play. This one flown out to shallow right center. That one's going to get down in front of Curran. One run's going to come home and score. And going station to station are the Hornets. They've already plated 3 in the bottom of the 6th. They lead 4-2. And Carly Hudnall stepping to the plate.
So now all of Lynchburg's demons with the runners on base not coming around to score are starting to really, look small in the rearview mirror as they've hung 3 onto the captains here in the 6th inning.
Hudnall lines that one foul.
And they're doing it in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, you got base loaded walk, so great at bat there from DiNardo, a freshman. Then you just put the ball in play, make something happen. Then you got Hackett, who's been fantastic all season, reaching out and flinging that one into right field for a big RBI base knock. And you got one of your fastest players now on third base. Again, less than 2 outs.
Hudnall lines that one over the head of Tullis and threw for a base hit as well. Once again, the Hornets going station to station. Caldwell comes home to score. She was pinch running. And now that lead is up to 5-2. Lexi Powell stepping to the plate, looking to make it even more. The Hornets really exploded on the offensive end in the bottom half of the 6th. Maybe it was that wake-up call in the top half of the same inning. But either way, the Hornets surging against the number 2 team in the country, one of the best pitchers in the country.
Yeah, and you can see the defensive alignment here for CNU is the same on the last at bat. You had the infield in, and Tullis was a couple of steps in from that, from the dirt and the outfield grass. And maybe if she's a couple of steps back, she makes that play on Hudnall's line drive. Either way, we still got 1 out here, and the base is still loaded.
It's definitely an interesting situation for the Hornets. Lexi Powell at the plate, normally comfortable laying down that bunt, but that's not really an opportunity here. 0-2 off the outside edge. Maybe a little bit more freeing for Powell to just swing away. It's already a 3-run lead for the Hornets. You also have to imagine this does wonders for Kaylee Dorsett should she be the one that re-enters in the circle. That one catches the outside edge. It must have been a good frame there from Bianca Palmer-Scott behind the plate. And now the 10th batter of the inning stepping back up to the plate, Sarah Watts, who got it started with a single. Another one of these talented freshmen in a big situation, although it's a 3-run lead.
She's familiar with the big spot against a ranked team. She hit the go-ahead home run in the 6th inning against Salisbury on the road a couple weeks ago in middle of March. Named the NFCA Player of the Week for that performance. Very esteemed honor, especially in your first season, to be named the best player of the week in Division III softball.
And interestingly enough, she's only claimed that ODAC honor twice. It just shows you the talent of the top end of the Old Dominion Athletic Conference. Last week when Randolph-Macon was on this field, 11 of the 16 winners of that award were on the same field together. Obviously, some of them doubled up. Watts fouls a pitch up off 1-2.
We'll look, see if Alger goes up there again. Really a pitch that Watts should have laid off, but maybe the intensity, the emotions of the situation let her loose on that. But that ball up at your shoulders needs to be laid off.
1-2, chipped out towards left field. That one's going to get down for a base hit as well. Taliamptoa comes home to score. The throw to third is not in time. Hudnall's in there safely. She goes from first to third. Lynchburg extends their lead at 7-2. It was a little awkward there for Hudnall sliding in past Griever. Lynchburg has now plated 6 in the bottom of the 6th inning to take what felt like it could be a relatively defeating loss and make it turn into something a lot greater.
Yeah,
what could be one of those dominant wins for the Hornets.
And
All you're looking a little perplexed out there in the circle.
But it's not something that anyone needs to necessarily be surprised about. This Lynchburg offense all season has had these types of innings in them, and just the veteran presence of mind and the mental toughness to be in these long games so frequently, these tightly contested games, and then still have a 6-run inning in your bag in the 6th inning. This is the 13th inning that this team has played. These two teams have played today, and to have this type of rally in your bones so late in the game against such a great pitcher is quite impressive.
And keep in mind, you mentioned Lynchburg has done this before. They did that against Randolph-Macon when Gracie Ellis was the pitcher for the Yellow Jackets, one of the better pitchers in the conference, one of the better pitchers in the country, coming off of her no-hitter, her 3rd of her career, second 7-inning no-hitter. But Alger just kind of, as you said, thrown into a tough situation where if it went right, she looked like the best pitcher in the world, but if it went wrong, there's not much you can really put on her. I mean, it hasn't been hard contact. It's just floating the ball over the middle infielders' heads.
Yeah, Lynchburg blowing this game open without any of those massive hits today. You know, nothing that knocks the cover off of the ball. And it kind of, they paid the price for that in the first game. They were paying the price for that here in the second as CNU took the lead in the 6th inning. But now it's all coming together for the Hornets. There's another base hit, gets through the left side. 2 more runs are going to score. Spoke too soon.
Just the 1 run comes across. It was hard contact there between Sarah Watts, who might have put a cleat up onto the leg of Bianca Palmer-Scott. It was not a comfortable situation. Sliding in home was Sarah Watts, and Palmer-Scott just
What is that?
in the right place to make the tag, but in the wrong place in order to avoid injury. We'll head to a quick break here on LHSN.
So, what are we doing here? I thoroughly enjoy paddling, so we can just do that, but I go by Tim. Most people know me as the outdoor guy. I run the outdoor leadership program. We have the pleasure of taking students in outdoor recreation trips, and we do a lot of leadership engagement. We do a lot of leadership training. I teach a lot. I think of myself as an outdoor educator. We do a lot of certification courses, swiftwater rescue, wilderness medicine. Everything we do, even the recreational trips, have a lot of education and leadership built into them as well. Now we're running, 30 trips a semester, and most of those trips are $5 or free. We do a lot trying to remove the barriers for students to get outside. I don't want cost to be a reason someone can't come out and enjoy nature. So I'm trying to remove those and remove some of the societal stigma, and creating, culture change. It takes a long time to happen, but that's the goal. I have a passion for expedition type trips where we really get to go out and go to a place and really experience it and get out in the wild. So we've gone to Big Bend, we've gone multi-day canoe trips down the James River, we've gone to the Everglades. Most recently, we did a backpacking trip through the Grand Canyon. So my job is to really put them in the situations where they grow and can prosper, and then they can take those situations and apply them to their life broadly. I believe to really understand and want to protect wild spaces, you need to have a relationship with them. So, if I can get the students to care about these spaces and give them a relationship, then they're more likely to want to protect them.
Welcome back on LHSN. Play at the plate there. Was called an out. Bianca Palmer-Scott was taken off the field into that away dugout where athletic trainers from the University of Lynchburg are tending to her. Spirits seem to still be relatively high in that away dugout, however. But my initial question for you, Kaylee Dorsis comes in, gets the out, and then has to wait almost 20 minutes before she can come out and pitch again. Do you think that has any sort of mental effect? I think a 6-run lead is kind of a comfortable spot to be in, but do you think that's going to have any effect on her?
Yeah, it could, but you got to think about the emotions that she just went through in that inning as well. You know, mentally preparing to go back into another dogfight with your team. You know, trailing by 1 run. Now instead, as every run crosses that plate, a little bit more pressure comes off of you in the next inning, and so you'll gladly take your 30 minutes of break as long as that means there's a merry-go-round of Hornets on the bases for Dorsis. So as long as she can, just dial a little bit back in. It's not the first time that she's waited 30 minutes before going out to pitch with this offense.
Childress behind 1-2, looking to get things started for the Captains here in the top of the 7th. That one ripped down the left field line, but foul. Dorsis looking to get the final 3 outs. Give the Hornets another upset of a top 2 team this year. Game 1, they looked relatively good in the circle. Offense just struggled a little bit to find that put away hit. This one ripped high in the air down the left field line. Moving back is Taliamtua, who can't make the catch. The one blind spot we have here in the mobile press box. You can imagine that if the play was made, there would have been a little bit of cheering. And
there would have been a lot of cheering if she made that play. Get to cover a lot of ground. It was really high up in the air, too.
Tough one to read. Dorsis taking a little bit longer. Shakes off a pitch. Home plate umpire calls for time. One, 2. Off speed off the outside edge. Two outside again. Runs that count full 3-2. Payoff pitch from Dorsis. Hit high in the air out towards left field. Moving back is Taliamtua towards the warning track. Makes a catch. Another one of those balls hit high up in the air, but judged it quite well.
And Taliamtua's been tested a lot out in left field. A lot of tough plays. She's made a couple of good ones as well. It's good to see the first year out there, in such a huge game, being comfortable, especially here as Lynchburg's looking for another historic upset.
There is a pinch hitter for Christopher Newport. I believe it is Nicole Apai. Dorsis looking to get just 2 more outs. Dots the outside edge, evens the count up at 1. One fouled back. Christopher Newport looking to get something going here with 1 out. That one swung on and missed, strike 3. Dorsis picks up a strikeout. And the final hope for Christopher Newport will be Olivia Tullis, who was pinch hit for her last time up. But in her one at-bat in game 2, she popped up to short. Takes a first pitch strike. Oh, 1 rises up a bit too much. One misses again. Brings the count to 2-1. Couple easy takes there for Tullis in the box. Tullis now ahead in the count 3-1. Doris has thrown 3 straight balls, maybe just looking for that one swing and a miss to run this count full. 3-1 rises up, and it's a 2-out walk here for the captains. Gives them just a little bit of life. As number 15, Sammy Drew, is going to come in for the captains. First at bat of the afternoon for Drew. Takes a first pitch ball there from Dorsis.
The key for Dorsis here is looking at the big picture right now. It's impossible in this at-bat for CNU to win the game. You can't score 6 runs in one plate appearance. So with 1 runner on base, just got to lock back in and focus at the task at hand, and that's getting the pinch hitter Drew out. So no need to compound any mistakes here, and just go back to working.
Yeah, I completely agree. That tying run is sitting somewhere in that dugout, but that's would be 4 batters away, assuming every single batter gets on and scores.
Well, that'd have to be the case with 2 outs here.
Here's a ball popped up in the air, over towards Stort. She makes the catch, and Lynchburg completes the upset on Moonfield. They split the series with the number 2 team in the country. And on their final regular season home game, the Hornets pick up a huge win for their momentum. They start their 6-game road trip with a trip to Bridgewater, where they can definitely use this. They took down a team who uses the long ball to their advantage. They'll have to do the same thing if they want to climb their way up the ODAC rankings. From myself, from Sir Mr. Timothy LaDuca.
Never call me that again.
And all of our LHSN staff, we thank you for watching, and we thank you for supporting a great year of Lynchburg softball. Could not have ended at least the regular season in a better way. For the final time in the regular season, thank you for watching LHSN.